I don't want it to end. No, we must monitor. We can't just dance. But wouldn't it be amazing if we could all monitor in the fucking club? I'm tired. We need this today. I don't want to stop. No, we gotta stop. Okay, gotta stop. We're stopping. Oh, it's over. We were having fun. And now it's over. And we're back to the way things are. Oh. Bring it back. No more fun. Ayatollah says no. And I'm the Ayatollah. Guys, yes. Things that I have discovered / worked out. I have worked out how to put a YouTube membership counter here. And when you do the YouTube membership now, it makes a little alert as well. So it's not just me being like, thank you, into the abyss. I didn't think about the chat. So I haven't set up a YouTube chat yet because I wasn't that smart. But I will do that tomorrow. Also, when you tip now, it also comes up. And yeah, that's what I worked out. So low key, I am not only monitoring. We should have an alert. Maybe I'll make it like a bits or a donation goal that we have a little rave at a certain point. I think it's important. There should be a rave Ayatollah, JD Vivance. And I am the rave Ayatollah, actually. I am. I am the rave Ayatollah. You ask, you receive. Will the alert go, all I want to hear is, did you make the beat go, Have you heard that song? It's called It's a great song. I love it. No? Okay, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Guys, new Iranian cluster missile ammunition that beats all of their well, they're saying bong that Iran is finally using their new stuff. We have some stuff to go over. Firstly, because I just don't have anything to show you or accompany with it, but I want you to know. Trump unfortunately did drop another banger. We hate it when he does this. Yes, we hate it when he does it. But this one really, really spoke to me. So unfortunately, Trump said that this shit occurs. Like he attacked Iran. Sorry, my brain just turned off for a second. He attacked Iran, whatever you want to call it. He went ahead and attacked because he had a fact-based feeling. That is something I'll be using constantly now because I too have a lot of fact-based feelings. All the time I'm having fact-based feelings. Yes, it's just a feeling, but I feel it's fact-based. Yeah, maybe it'll be a hype. Okay, I got to work out how to see when I have a hype train started because I don't currently see that on my system. But maybe we'll make it a hype train Maybe hype trains are rave trains. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, and then we can all have fun while we're on the train. Yeah, so Bong said new Iranian cluster missile munition that beats all of their anti-missile defense systems allegedly maybe just dropped yesterday. We have known since the beginning, there has been rumors since the beginning that Iran was using up their old shit. And they were leaving their new shit until a bunch of stuff had been used up. Now, do we know if that can beat all of their anti-missile shit? I doubt it. Yeah, I also made the badges for YouTube, so you have a little cow. So I gotta fix badges on. Guys, I'm just impressed that I did stuff. Okay. But okay. So I want to talk a little bit about missiles actually. First of all, we're going to watch a Preston Stewart video at some point about whether or not we're actually running out of shit. Because I liked the last video we watched of his and I'd like to watch another. But I want to talk to you about China, and a big part of when we talk about China, a big part of China is actually the missiles, right? So we'll be talking about that. Today's Warfront video was hyping the Kurds up for ground action. What are you talking? Who's Warfront? We spent so long going over this yesterday. The Iraqi Kurds don't want to, and they won't. The Iranian Kurds cannot, and they're being bombed. So who? The Turkish Kurds? Who's doing this? China. My bad. Warfronts is a YouTube channel. Let's find these motherfuckers. Who the fuck? Warfronts. Let's have a little looky. Uh-oh, I'm in the wrong channel. Hang on. All I want to hear is did you make the beat go Harundo, howdy. Why so quiet?
Constant bombardment, and now it's facing the threat of a full-scale invasion. The invaders won't be American, nor will they be Israeli, or at least...
Hang on. Does this guy have like 8 channels? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I do not trust this guy automatically because I know that I'm a particularly bad content creator. Okay, my mic is pretty low today. Okay, let me turn it up for you. I know that I'm not the best content creator in the world. I understand. But when I do a video, it takes me at least 3 to 4 days to do proper fucking research, right? It takes me because I don't just, not only do I have to research, but then I have to fact check my research, and then I have to write it in a way that makes sense to you guys and I'm confident with. And then obviously it takes me, maybe he has a team that does all the editing and stuff, and obviously that cuts down a lot of the time. But I just feel how are you doing a history thing, a geography thing, a crime thing, a war thing, fucking every day, mega projects, brain plays, decoding the unknown, okay, so he's a set face and he's got a team of writers. I still don't fucking trust it. Do your own research. Okay, I don't like it, guys. How do I get that job? How do you get to be I just read it and look pretty? How do you get that job? I didn't know that was an option. I can be funny. I forgot. Guys, I forgot. I'm too pretty for that job. I forgot. Grow a beard. Yeah, that is the answer. Just be man. I am the Ayatollah. And don't you fucking forget it. Yeah, he's weaponizing his English. For me, the annoying thing is the English accent makes you sound smarter, and the Australian accent immediately makes you sound dumber. There is no way around it. Okay. So. You're exactly, Teresk is so right. They would give me a script to read, and I'd be like, guys, I'm not willing to read it until I check it. And then I'd check it and I'd be like, I don't fully feel comfortable with this claim. I think it's a bit strong and I think it's going to come back to bite us in the bum. So I would rather never, ever, 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 ever say something that might be wrong later, because I will think about it every night when I go to sleep for all of time. Thanks, West. I like to think it makes it sound cooler, but you think I should take out a bank loan? Okay, Tom. I'm not taking your advice. Okay. So, hi, Ellie. Well, you think I could do a whole stream like this? Maybe. Okay. What did I want to talk to you about? Oh, we were looking at the war front thing. Okay, let me watch this and get pissed off.
For the past 7 days, the nation of Iran...
Hey, Teeks. We're getting pissed off because this channel's saying that there's going to be a Kurdish ground invasion of Iran, and I'm already mad about it. Thank you, Sim. Well, I think I already do stand up, peep. Do you know how hard The Daily Show is literally one of the most, behind like SNL being a late night writer. I would love to, right? I would love to do that job. I would love. That is like my ideal job, is a late night writer. But they're the most competitive jobs that you can ask for. Like, you need a connection, then you need an incredible packet. But the problem with writing a late night packet is when you do a normal comedy packet, it doesn't matter. It's just your best jokes, right? But the thing that's so special about late night is that your content isn't evergreen, right? You have to, your packet has to reflect that week. So you can't really use like old material. You have to be able to produce a packet on a very tight turnaround. So someone says, yeah, submit your packet. And you need to be able to sit down that day and write a packet based on events that are happening that week. So you need to be able to do monologue. You need to be able to do like short news desk bits. It's a really specific skill, really difficult, and truly the most sought after job if you're a comedian, outside of SNL, obviously. I'm improv trained. This is guys, the thing that you have to learn about me is that whenever I'm like, I'm tired, I have tried so many avenues creatively that you guys just don't like. Obviously, I did my PhD and you guys know about that. I worked in Parliament. I know, I did that. I have done stand-up. I trained with Groundlings. I've trained with UCB. Like, I have done all of the improv training. I've done all of the writing at Second City. Like, I have done it all. I've written a TV pilot. I have done everything that I could in an attempt to like make it. So it's not like when I'm like, I'm tired, it's like I have been trying since I was like 10. Is Bob Catter as mad as I had it? Obviously. But yeah, exactly. Who cares? Because I am the new Ayatollah. I didn't do mime Dr. Octobong, I have some friends who are mimes and I respect them a lot. I'm not good at mime, but I did do Balinese mask, which is its own sort of thing. I love Balinese mask. So I've done it all. That's all right. It's okay. We don't reflect on that. We simply move forward. But yes, I would absolutely fucking love to be in a writer's room for a late night show. Like, obviously back in the day, Colbert is the like top tier, but even Samantha Bee, like that sort of thing. Okay, let me get mad at this video. Also, guys, I don't want to hear ever, like just quickly, in my chat, we don't shit on mimes and we don't shit on clowns. Because they're actually two extremely difficult professions. We respect the mimes and the clowns in this chat. Okay? It's harder than being a politician, to be quite frank. So there'll be no slander here.
Iran has endured a near constant bombardment, and now it's facing the threat of a full-scale invasion. The invaders won't be American, nor will they be Israeli, or at least not the vast majority of the forces who...
Immediately, I have a problem with this because you don't know that they won't be American. It is not out of the question that America won't put boots on the ground. Do you know what is super fascinating? Just speaking of like mime and clown and all of that. Japanese Budo theater. He's loud? Okay, fuck. Guys, sound is not my thing.
will place boots on the ground. Instead, Israeli Mossad, the American CIA, and the air forces of both nations are getting ready to support a massive ground offensive by Kurdish paramilitaries.
It's already being said in the news that the Kurds are rejecting this. And we are, of course, talking about the Iraqi Kurds here, not the Iranian Kurds.
Crossing the border from Iraq, the Kurds are expected to arrive in the thousands.
This won't happen. I don't even want to like re-go over it. We went over this yesterday. Why would they risk it? Why would they risk Iraqi Kurdistan completely falling apart? This doesn't make absolutely, like, this is just so annoying. I will just say it very plainly again for you. This is not, Kurds are an ethnicity. Kurds in different countries have different political structures and they have different goals and they have different objectives. There is absolutely nothing in this for Iraqi Kurds to cross the border into Iran. They do not want a war with Iran. This goes against everything they want. No, it's not Iranian Kurds exiled into Iraq because how are they going to fight? I'm already annoyed. I'm also annoyed by the fact that he's saying it won't be Israelis, it won't be the US. You don't know that. It might be. More likely than... Wait, I think I even read something. Hang on. Let me get my handy dandy notebook. All I want to do is... Kylie Minogue. I'm clearly like saving the stuff that's important. Okay, maybe I didn't save it. I saw something today that was saying this is not happening. As I already told you, why would it happen? Does not have support from Iraqi or Iranian Kurds. They do not want insurgency. Under direct threat from Tehran, Iraqi Kurds resist pressure to join Iran war. That's an Axios piece. Like, it's not happening. It's a fucking lie. Nah. Per a reliable source, the KDP has withdrawn. So what they were doing is the Iraqi Kurds had moved forces up to the border to safeguard the border between Iraq and Iran, particularly between Iraqi Kurdistan and Iran. So they had put troops on the border. Now, that is not the same as a ground invasion by the Kurds, but even now, because of this constant pressure and because of this, like, oh, the Kurds are going to go in, they are removing their troops from the border because they don't even want. So, per reliable source, this is from Kurdistan Watch, okay? So I don't know, but let's just go with it. Per reliable source, the KDP, which is the Kurdistan Democratic Party, has withdrawn large numbers of the Peshmerga forces it had deployed to the Iranian border near Haji Omran in the northeast Erbil, likely following Iranian pressure. A few days ago, the KDP deployed the force, believed to be in the thousands, after talks with Iraq's national security advisor, Qasim al-Araji, ostensibly to reinforce the border. But the move reportedly angered Iranians, which viewed the deployment with suspicion, making withdrawal likely a response to Iranian pressure. They were originally sent there to stay and were about to build fixed outposts. So that was about reinforcing the border, okay? At no point were they going to launch an offensive, because what would an offensive do? It would have Iran attacking Iraqi Kurdistan, which is a small, landlocked, autonomous region surrounded by enemies that has fought hard for their rights, fought hard for their political system. It absolutely does not align with their goals to do this. So insane. We'll watch the video anyway. But it's just like, just curious, but what good are troops on the border when facing airstrikes? Iran actually doesn't have a super good so the reason they were reinforcing the border was to make sure that none of the IRGC came over into Iraqi Kurdistan, right? It's not to do Iraqi Kurdistan isn't being Thank you. Iraqi Kurdistan isn't being attacked by the IRGC in terms of missiles at this stage, right? Now, the Kurdish part of Iran is being shit-canned by missiles, but they're coming from Israel and the United States. So that's a completely different situation that has nothing to do with Iraqi Kurdistan. So reinforcing the border is because you don't want insurgents slipping across and fucking up your shit. Goal! But as we have said many times, this doesn't work. It doesn't make sense for Iranian Kurds to rise up. It doesn't make sense for any of the pluralistic different kinds of groups within Iran. They don't even want the Kurds to rise up. Doesn't make sense for Iraqi Kurds to send a force over. So, as I told you yesterday, anyone who tells you that is a fucking idiot. And now here we have, no offense to this guy because he didn't write it. We've established that he didn't write it. But this is my exact point about just constantly creating content on a mill like this, where it's like, oh, quick, they said that they're gonna do the Kurds. The Kurds. If you don't know anything, if you can't point to Erbil on a map, don't make a video about a fucking Kurdish invasion. That's my opinion. If you don't know the different political systems of Kurds depending on what countries they're in, don't make a video about a Kurdish invasion. Hey, Astral, I'm mad. Again, and we just started. We're 35, I've been live for 25 minutes. Okay, let's watch the idiot. Not him. Sorry, rude. Trump said it would be a waste of time for boots on the ground 2 days ago, reports came. Okay, the only thing on a permo is, right, so when their jets went down, they managed to go in and get the pilots, which shows that they can get boots, that's my ego boost. They can easily get into Iran. If they want actual regime change, if they want to have any say in the regime, they would need boots on the ground. Now, I think it's stupid and I don't think they should. That vegan, thank you. Nice to see you here. Um, what I'm saying is there is an argument for putting US boots on the ground. So starting your video by saying there won't be Israeli boots on the ground. And there won't be US boots on the ground, but there is going to be a Kurdish invasion. It's like, okay, well, you're stupid. You're very stupid. Oh, really, zombie? Yeah, I don't like these channels, but everyone's telling me that they are researchers and I shouldn't be too hard on them. I didn't want to make Netanyahu part 3 because everyone got a little bit intense about Israel, 1, and 2, I wasn't getting much response to the video, so I was like, oh, people don't like them, but I might because a couple of people have asked for it. Yeah, I know, I got to stim each stream. It's so bad, Larson. Like, I'm watching it so we can be angry, okay? Okay, we'll see why he says it. The thing that I don't agree with, Blinky Bieber, before we even get there about why Israel couldn't do a ground offensive is I'm telling you, Siadat Makal is already in there, 100%. Mossad is already in there. Maybe not to the same extent that they were during the 12-day war, but I'm telling you that Israelis are already in Iran. Now, is it a conventional force? No. I don't know how they'd get a conventional force all the way through Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, all the way to it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, there were 3 pilots that went down over Kuwait because Kuwait shot them down. But there were pilots that went down in Iran and they managed to get in and get them out. I promise you I read it because I remember people being like, hey, that's a big deal that they were able to get into Iran. Yeah, there are secret boots on the ground already, right? Now, if we're talking about a full-on large conventional force, that's different. But I just don't say that it's not going to happen because it could. You're like, guys, this certainly is going to. Okay, sorry, we'll watch. Let me find out. Hang on. Everyone, I just need to go to my handy dandy notebook for a second to get this answer for Bong because I don't want to be spreading fake news. So it's did it get deleted? Oh, it was on the very fringes. F-15E of USAF. But this may be fake news. Hang on. Okay, you know what? It's taking me. A US F-15 Eagle crashed in western Iran. The crew was rescued by a joint Israeli-American force. It was right on the border. But it happened. But the point, I mean, we already know, it's a big country. What, they're going to be everywhere? Okay, I see Warfronts as a paper. I'm already fucking mad. I'm mad It's so strange how the Kurds in Syria got fucked so hard a few months ago, but people are talking about the Kurds rising up to help. Well, they're completely different people as well. That vegan, this is them trying to push for Iraqi Kurds to go in. They just wouldn't do it. This would be the 9th time that we have armed and then fucked over the Kurds. So it looks like finally they've decided they're not going to do that.
As soon as mere days or even hours from the time that this episode is released. For the Kurds, the offensive is a chance to carve out a
Guys, hours after this is released, the Kurds are going to go in and completely do a suicide mission that doesn't meet any of their objectives at all, just because the CIA told them to.
Section of their ancestral homeland, and for the US and Israel, it's a plan that could push Iran over the edge into total regime collapse.
No, it couldn't! You fucking stupid piece of shit. Why would it push them? It doesn't militarily change the equation at all, not even close. Most Iranian people would feel they would lose their sense of goodwill towards the US, for those that have a sense of goodwill towards the US. And it would undermine it would force other Iranians to band together because they don't want their territory broken up. That's not what Iranians, regardless of what kind of Iranians they are, regardless of whether or not they support the regime, they don't want territorial integrity fucked with. They don't want part of Iran broken off to make a Kurdistan. So what the fuck are you talking about? You stupid piece of shit? Not you, whoever wrote for you. They're the stupid piece of shit. You're just a pretty face. I understand. Like, oh my God. It's okay. I'm okay. We're okay. People are allowed to be stupid. I didn't know how things got fast yesterday, so,
The past several months, Kurdish forces have been preparing in secret, and now Iran seems to have caught on.
Yeah, guys. The incredibly strict regime which has been pummeling down on the Iranian Kurds since 2022 so fucking hard. One of the most watched people. They had no idea that they'd been preparing to take over. Of course, they just weren't watching them. So fucking stupid.
Allied forces in the air are already creating a path into other
No, they're
regional
not.
forces with decades-long...
They're creating a path. Allied forces in the sky. Let me just translate what that means so you understand it. Allied forces are creating a path in the sky for Iraqi Kurds to fight the regime by carpet bombing Iranian Kurds. By carpet bombing the Kurdish part of Iran. Allied forces are preparing a path in the sky. They're killing Kurds. They're killing Kurds. Guys, I fucking love it when Peter Thiel shows up. Thank you, Peter Thiel, for the biddies. You keep me doing what I'm doing. Without them Thiel bucks, I don't know how I'd be here today. Thank God you're here. Okay, I just want you to be very clear, because it could be confusing when you hear that Allied forces are creating a path in the sky for the Kurds. You could be thinking, oh, they must be killing the IRGC and getting rid of the people opposing the Iranian Kurds. No. They're killing the fucking Kurds. Palantir just subscribed to me? Can I have a job? I kind of need a job. I think I'd be great for you guys, and I'd stop talking about you, I promise. I wouldn't tell anyone. Hey, can I just ask, since you're here, Palantir, what were you up to in Japan? What were you doing in Japan the other day? Guys, okay, just quickly. Sorry, I know we are going to finish this video. I know I'm getting so mad and so unnecessarily mad, and I need to chill. I understand all of these things. Okay, don't want you to think I don't get it. I get it. But you know what I'm going to do in my spare time? I want to vibe code me one of these things, but instead of it just being for the war, I want it to be like my own silly monitor, where instead of it just being like this feed, which is just about the war, I want it to be like global news. And then I want to also have a feed that's like the experts in international relations and politics. And I want to get their stuff and have a feed of their stuff that I like. And I have plans. I want to create this, but for us. So I'm going to work it out. Because they've been updating this as well. Now you can log in and there's a chat, but I want this. Unfortunately, I clicked on this made by guy and he works at Andreessen Horowitz, which just really hurt me. But whatever. Am I a programmer? No. But you know what I am? An optimist. And a woman who rises to a challenge. And someone who believes that if I put in enough effort, maybe I could. Maybe I could. I mean, why not? People can do it. And I could make a YouTube video for you guys about me struggling to do it. Yeah, exactly. I don't see why I couldn't do it. I'm going to make it, and you guys are going to be so impressed with me, you're not going to know what to do with yourself. Because when I'm seeing you guys, you're being like kind of optimistic, but in a way that is like the undercurrent is actually complete doubt in my ability, zero faith. And I see that. And it only makes me want it more. You know? You're like, okay, Joe, yeah, have fun coding that website. You're going to do so good. And I see it. I see, like, just because you're saying that, I see what's actually underneath that, okay? Doubt. And in the famous words of Eric Adams, all my haters became waiters at the table of success. Okay? So I invite you to wait on me at the table of my vibe-coded silly monitor success when I get it up. Okay? I also, I've never coded, but I'm going to work it out. And you'll all be impressed. Okay. Now back to this. He kind of looks like, also YouTube, you also have emotes now, including my Ayatollah or Ayajola emote. And weirdly, the beard that I have as the Ayatollah kind of looks like this beard. Just something I'm noticing.
Designs on Iranian territory are sensing their moment to strike. Iran is just inches from fighting a ground war, potentially even on multiple fronts. So here's
on multiple fronts. Wait, guys, I love this. I gotta be doing this shit. So here's what's gonna happen. Here is exactly what's gonna happen. Yeah, there you go. There's an Ayajola for you. What multiple fronts could it fucking be fighting on? This is so stupid. Oh. Who the fuck told me this video existed? It's okay.
And here's why it matters. Brewing in the background. For Iran war observers and
these are all girly pops. So we love and support that. Yeah, the girls.
geopolitical analysts across the globe, Wednesday the 4th of March was a very strange day. Over the prior 48 hours, open source trackers and regional experts had started to raise the spectre of a potential Kurdish offensive into Iran, picking up on telltale signs that something somewhere.
Okay, sir, do you know the danger with doing the kind of... Sorry, I'm talking to him, but I'm not talking to him. I'm not mad at you. If you ever see this, you and I have absolutely zero beef. I have a beef with your researchers and your content style, but you don't need to worry about the beef that I have with your content style because this has 500,000 views and you put it up 19 hours ago. So I think you're doing fine. And you don't need to be mad with me. But let me explain to you what is bad with your content style. In a war, there's something called the information war. So someone might say something like, oh, the CIA have been weaponizing the Kurds and they have this incredible plan to invade Iran and they're so strong. Not because that is real, but because they want that information out there. So you're full of shit, one. Two, you are becoming an operative in the war because you are spreading things as a part of the information war. And if you had any area expertise, you would have seen this as part of the information war and said, this is stupid, because why the fuck would Iraqi Kurds do this? They wouldn't. That's what you would do if you knew anything about the Kurds, but you don't. So instead, you are participating in a fucking information war like a stupid head. Can we watch Trump when he speaks this morning? Yeah, just tell me when he's speaking and I'll open it up. I know you had your teacher's assistants write this and you just slapped your name on it, Mr. Clean. The thing about that, Matthew, is that's not... not to like toot my own horn, but like when I TA'd and when I tutored at uni, I feel like I knew the course material better than the lecturer. This is like worse. This is like a subby who normally teaches another unit has last minute been brought in to teach this unit and is like, I don't know, just look in the textbook. I think it's in there somewhere. God. Okay, we're a minute and a half in, guys. We need to up the pace. So I'm going to make faces and not reply until I really need to reply. Okay.
Was brewing. That evening, however, Israeli outlet I-24 News broke a story that seemed like it would change everything. Thousands of Kurdish fighters were already on the attack,
I'm sorry. Oh, Israeli news broke the story? God, it must be a fucking fact then.
across the border region in armored columns streaming southward. Unconfirmed video began to circulate, well-connected journalists started piling on, and then, almost out of nowhere, the fever broke. Highly reputable experts, speaking with Kurdish leaders and sources on the ground, denied that the offensive had begun, and where social media would typically be bombarded with new reports and videos.
Oh, the highly reliable people and the experts all said it wasn't happening? They are the ones who are lying. Okay.
Of carnage on the ground, none came. By the next morning, most of the claims that the offensive was happening had already been retracted, even as major news outlets started discussing in depth the fact that a Kurdish advance still seems to be on the way.
My favorite part of this video so far is that a lot of beautiful women with guns being shown to me. That's my favorite bit. So it's not all bad. I don't know Amy Hogarth. I'll look her up after. Hang on. If you wanted me dead, you should have just said. Nothing makes me feel more alive. It's because at some point these people realize that the story sells better than the complete truth and they become complacent. I know. How do people do it though? It's like selling your soul, Soren. I don't know how people do it.
Here at Warfronts, we can't offer precise clarification about just how or why the international geopolitics community got its wires crossed, but we can confirm a few things. Number one, any large-scale Kurdish offensive has not yet started as the time this episode was written, although it's possible that a few early Kurdish advances into the border zone at the same time as these claims of a larger offensive went out may have contributed to the confusion. Number two, Kurdish forces are massing on the Iranian border, even if the attack hasn't started yet. An observation.
Do you think they're massing on the border To protect the border? Because people don't like it when wars spill across borders? Do you think maybe they're protecting the fucking border? Did you consider that's what they're doing? Do you think that when ISIS was a big deal, if Lebanese people massed on the border, if Lebanese forces massed on the border of Lebanon, do you think you should look at that and be like, damn, Lebanon's going to invade Syria? You don't think it's like, oh, we don't want any Salafi fucking terrorists crossing the border? Fucking, I am. It's okay. I know, I would do a lot of things for money. Like be a real estate agent.
Number 3, whenever this offensive does begin, it is going to be big. Now look, in order to understand what's happening here, we'll start with some of the very basics.
I'm sorry.
Kurdish people are a diaspora population with roughly 25 to 30 million people living in the Middle East and 5 to 10 million across the globe. They have no state of their own, but they lay claim to a sprawling region known as Kurdistan, portions of which are located in modern-day Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria.
Yeah.
In Iran, Kurds live mostly in the northwest, along
Yeah.
the border with northern Iraq, where Iraqi Kurdistan functions as a
Oh, so do you think maybe in this small landlocked autonomous region where they're surrounded by their fucking enemies, they might want to protect their border from the massive amount of IRGC fighters that are in this region? No, obviously they're planning a fucking attack. Guys, I want to go to Crufts so bad. When I am eventually in New York, if anyone wants to come to a dog show with me at Madison Square Garden, you're invited. I plan to take it very seriously though, so I need you to be on board to treat it with the respect it deserves.
semi-autonomous region. That's where Kurdish forces
Sorry, we're busy. Fucking devastating. Libya also had hot women with guns. I mean, Israel, a big part of their thing is hot women with guns. There's all sorts of things. There's jumps. There's speedball. There's like all different kind of things. We can go to the show dogs. We can do all sorts of things.
are thought to be building up their strength in advance of an imminent attack. Kurdish forces have a long and storied history of collaboration with the global West, including the United States, although that hasn't always gone.
And yeah, what has happened every time they've done that, mate? How's that worked for the Kurds every time they've done that? Best in Show is so good, bro. Best in Show is so good. I actually met, okay, you guys will not believe this. I can't remember his name now, but I met the dog that won the large breed part of Crufts when I was walking by the East River. I clocked him. And I knew the dog was from New Jersey, so I knew that it might be the dog. And I asked if it was the dog. I can't remember his name now. He's a giant schnauzer, though. And he had his balls. So I was like, how many giant schnauzers with balls are you going to see in this area of the world that look exactly like the dog that just won the show? Anyway, I asked. It was the dog. Patted the dog. Wrote to my friends. And I was like, oh my God, I just met this, famous dog, blah, blah, blah. And they were like, you're the only person that we know that would have this kind of encounter in New York. Like other people bump into famous people, but only you would bump into a famous dog. Okay, sorry. Kurds, it didn't work out for them well last time, but that's fine. I'm sure he'll bring that up because that's the obvious point.
Gone well for the Kurds, especially due to the influence of their primary arch rival, Turkey. Kurdish forces organize themselves into a range of paramilitary groups which operate often but not always in support of common goals and regional objectives. In Iran, however, the Kurdish minority has lived under the thumb of the Islamic Republic for most of the last half-century, with the groups that would seek Kurdish autonomy in Kurdish Iran across a land the Kurds call Rojhelat, mostly clustering safely in neighboring nations. So the Middle East's Kurdish population has lots and lots of fighters, and it's got designs on Iranian Kurdistan, even if it hasn't been able to liberate the region over the last several decades. They've also got a set of partners that could really use their support, namely the United States and Israel. At the 7-day mark of the ongoing war with Iran, American and Israeli tactical successes have been stunning. Non-stealthy heavy bombers can now operate freely across parts of Iranian airspace. Most of the Iranian regime...
Blue names. I think Wallach is here.
...or naval superiority of its adversaries. But at the same time, the US and Israel are each far short of their ultimate objectives.
Where is it?
Operate freely
there. What is this? I like the way this one looks. This is a sexy jet. B2? I'm a big fan of the B2. That is a sexy looking plane. Ooh, I like it because if you're saying it's a stealth bomber and you know what it looks like to me, a stealth bomber. I like it when things look like what they're supposed to be. That's a sexy plane. The girls love B2s. The girls love B2s. That's a sexy plane. I'm sure it sucks to see a B2 in real life. I think I'd hate to see a B2 in real life. F1117, let's see it. This, okay, let me give you my opinions on this. There are parts that I like and there are parts that I don't like. I like that it looks like it's made out of folded paper. That works for me. I don't like that the coloring, what is nice about the B2 is it's very smooth and the color is smooth. This color, like I'm not into this. I want it that black color. I want it, but I like that it looks like a paper plane, kind of. I'm into that. Yeah, it looks like I folded it. It looks like I folded it out of paper. I'm into that. But I need the color to be more consistent. Like this. That's nice. Origami bomber. Exactly. They fly too high to see them. I'd see them. I'm kidding. You get bombs dropped on you. And that's why I'm saying it wouldn't be nice to see one in real life. Flight Fuck Friday. Casual 2 billion per bomber. Yeah, it looks like the Aston Martin of jets. It's ugly but hot at the same time, yeah. I like that the butt looks like a bow tie, yeah. The plane is, I know the plane is black, but it's not black enough. Okay, anyway. Terrible coverage, but even when it comes to planes, I like to give you very intelligent coverage and then I just like to tell you what is hot. Okay, and to me, this is a sexy plane. Okay? And it needs to be mentioned.
Parts of Iranian airspace, most of the Iranian regime's former leadership is already dead, and Iran has no way to directly contest the aerial or naval superiority of its adversaries. But at the same time, the US and Israel are each far short of their ultimate objectives, to the extent that
yes, it'll be on the test.
Washington define its objectives clearly. Iranians have yet to commit to a full-scale revolt in the street, and decentralized Iranian forces are still launching ballistic missiles and especially long-range drones against US bases, Israeli territory, and targets all across the Persian Gulf and the wider Middle East. Washington has made...
We need to talk about the missiles at some point too, but Peregrine Falcons in a stoop look like the B-2 body oddy. I see we have a lot of I did find a creator to beef with, but I'm being very clear that we're not beefing. Okay. I think my next video, I've been trying to think about what I want to do a YouTube video on. I think my next YouTube video is going to be international relations after the fall of international law. Or like new international concepts. I don't know. I feel like if I do something on the Iran war, I just like, I know you guys think it doesn't matter, but I think a white woman Australian doing something on this war is just kind of like, I just don't like the way it looks. But I like to do things on concepts. I'm willing to do videos on concepts. So if I like take a step out and abstract it, I was also thinking like doing like a Baudrillard. I know that's more like plastic pills kind of area, but like the Gulf War never happened sort of thing analysis of this. But I don't know. Men get away with it, Matthew. Men get away with it. Women don't. I'm like, it doesn't matter if I'm a pro because people don't know. And also, I'm not a pro. Having an undergraduate degree in something, spending time in an area doesn't make you a pro. Okay. There are professors that are pros. They're the pros. There are people who are researchers. They're the pros. I'm not a pro.
Made it clear that at the very least it seeks regime change in Iran. But as of now, there's not a clear path to get there other than continuing to bomb Iran and defend the surrounding airspace for as long as...
There's not... Okay. There's not a clear path to get there, except continuing to bomb them. Bro, that's not a clear way to get to your objectives. That's not a clear way to... Why do you say except? You should say there's not a clear way to get there. So America and Israel are just going to continue to, not accept. That's not the clear way to get there.
Bombs and air defense interceptors last. The alternative, of course, would be boots on the ground, but the US appears very committed to
boots
avoiding that outcome for as long as possible, and America's Trump administration is keenly aware of the political costs of a large-scale deployment. Nor can Israel handle a ground offensive by itself. Its military is designed to hold Israeli territory, not to capture territory aboard. But that's where the Kurdistan population comes in. A large, experienced, willing cadre of paramilitary fighters with the incentives and ability to surge into Iran in a way that would help the US. According to Axios, preparations have been underway for months with Israeli Mossad and the American CIA.
Guys, the latest Top Gun was so good and also 1000% military industrial complex propaganda and American war propaganda. That is they're just like, we need these planes. Let us show you how fucking cool this plane is. We're going to put Tom Cruise in this fucking cool plane and we're going to make it do a crazy mission against a very bad enemy. We're not going to name the enemy though, so that you're primed to go to war against anyone. But we're going to really prime you really well. And I'm telling you, I sat there, I knew what I was watching. I knew exactly what I was watching. And it worked. I was like, fuck yeah. I fucking love Top Gun. Thank you guys. You guys are so nice to me. They make my skin crawl. You know the one that I cannot stomach as a war. You know what I would love to do as well? Sorry, I know there are so many things I would love to do on stream. And I try and like keep my focused, and I'm very bad at it. I understand. I would love to do like the occasional film study stream. Or like, we could do a stream on like, what is a good war film? There are very few films about war that I don't think are war propaganda, that I don't think are deeply unethical. That would be Come and See, Graveyard for Fireflies, Gallipoli, the first half of Full Metal Jacket before they actually go to war when they're just at the training camp. Beau Travail. And that's probably it. Trump is speaking. Oh, there he is.
The sugar cane, got a lot of sugar. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Immediately says something fucking stupid.
But we're grateful to be joined as well by the President-elect of Chile, Jose Cast. Congratulations. It's an endorsement. Give you a little endorsement. I love when I give endorsements and people win. But you know what? They don't lose. You know, I don't know. I guess it would be illegal. Could you imagine if I could say they spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on a campaign?
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
And they beg me for an endorsement. I give them an endorsement. They win by 30 points. And I get nothing. If I could sell that, is there a way? Do we have any of our legal people here?
I'll have a look,
Marco's
Tom.
close enough. Is there a way I could get paid for that, Marco? I'd make a lot. They spend millions of dollars. And I give it for nothing. I could, even if I put it into the Treasury of the United States, it would be pretty good, right, Marco? But
I'll have a
Marco's
look,
saying
wait.
it's not a good idea. No, but it's an honor to do it. It's an honor to have that power where I can endorse somebody, and even in foreign countries. Here it was, we had one in this week, 124-0.
He does need a toner in the hair.
So that's good. But now I'm doing foreign countries all of a sudden. To say, sir, would you endorse me? And it's an honor. If I like you, I only do it if I think you're good. You know, if I think you're not good, I've turned down many more than I've accepted, believe me. I want to thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio for his leadership in organizing this really important summit. He's fantastic. He's
What is this meant to be about? Just
Secretary of
Shield
State.
of the Americas.
And thus far, look, we've had the most incredible year of any president, I think, by, you know, I ended 8 wars. We're not going to go into it too much today, but what we've done is incredible. And we're going to be doing some incredible things together, because I look at our region, if I can call it that, as being very important. It's been abandoned by the United States for so many years. You know, they went so far away. They went to these faraway places where they weren't even wanted. And a lot of stupid people, really stupid people. But Marco's going to go down, I think, as the best Secretary of State in history. That's my
He's the
opinion.
Ayatollah and the head
Now, I'm
of
a little
Cuba.
prejudiced because I like him too. But I think he's on his way.
Guys, it's so
So
obvious
you've
that
done
Rubio's
25%.
being primed to be the next
75%.
candidate.
He's got 3 years left. So he's got 25% under your belt. So far, you're leading. You're very leading by just about a smidge over a couple of pretty great ones. We've had a couple of pretty great ones, right? But I think he's going to do that. And I think Pete's right there, too. If Pete keeps going, he's going to be something, too. At what he does. All of the nations in this room share the same priorities: security, prosperity, free commerce, and the rule of law. And you want the rule of law. Sometimes your communities don't let you have it because you got some rough communities, right? That's why together we're also forming the Shield of Americas, a new
Look at my
organization
president
to
dog.
advance these shared priorities in our hemisphere. And we're pleased to be joined as well by Secretaries Pete Hegseth, Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much.
Scott Bessent
Scott.
was
It has to be a big deal if you're here. Wow. He controls the purse strings of the country.
Yeah, and he was fucking
You know, he goes on television
announcing bombing
and he
campaigns.
just
Why is the
soothes everybody.
Secretary
He
of
did it
Treasury
yesterday.
announcing
The
that
prices
shit?
were going. He got on. He's a soothing person.
That's his
He's
way of saying
actually a
gay.
killer, but I don't want to say that. No, he's a soothing person. He goes on television. Right, Pete? I think nobody better. So we could use him for war every once in a while, you know,
The logo is
soothe.
disgusting.
Although we don't really want that kind of a personality for war. We want your personality for war. You're just perfect. Howard Lutnick.
Yes.
Thank you, Howard.
Criminal.
Chris
Criminal.
Wright.
Howard Lutnick. Chris Wright, criminal,
Kristi Noem.
killing our fucking environment.
Along
Why are you talking
with
about Kristi Noem? Didn't
US
she get
Trade
fired?
Representative Jamieson Greer, who you all know and you deal with. You deal very successfully. I ask Jamieson all the time, can you get more? Can you get more? He's the king of tariffs, right? But he's very gentle. We want to be very gentle with our friends, right, Jamieson?
Oh, okay.
Deputy Secretary of State Chris Landau. Chris, where is Chris? I haven't seen Chris.
Chris Landau's
He's
a dangerous
fantastic.
fucking dude.
He was an incredible student. He went to the best schools, and he was #1 in his class.
I thought we
at
didn't
all
care
times.
about schools. I thought we hated the woke
And,
schools.
Marco saw that and saw the talent he's got, and she said, that's the guy I want as a deputy, and I heard you're doing a great job. Thank you
okay,
very
thanks,
much.
guys.
Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller.
Scary.
Stephen is, I don't have
Let's
to
just
tell you
list all the
anything about
horrible
Stephen.
people in this administration.
Everyone knows. There's nothing.
Oh, it's the Monroe
Stephen,
Doctrine?
there's
Okay.
nothing I can say.
The Don Bro
He's
Doctrine.
fantastic. That's all I can say. And Senator Bernie Moreno, who's a credible friend of mine, and he ran a great race. He was not given much of a chance. He was running against a person who was there for a long time and was sort of considered a shoo-in, right, Bernie? And
He
we
was
knocked him
super
out.
duper funded by
We
crypto.
knocked him out. He's trying to make a comeback.
Super funded by
But we
crypto.
took him
One of
out.
like the biggest funded campaigns.
And Bernie's done a great job. For decades, leaders in this region have allowed large swaths of territory, the Western Hemisphere, to come under
okay.
the direct
Actually, yeah.
control, and transnational gangs have taken over, and they've run areas of your country. We're not going to let that happen. We'll help you. And bloodthirsty cartels that impose their will through murder, torture, extortion, drug trafficking, bribery, and terror. And some of you are in danger. I mean, you're actually in danger. It's hard to believe. But we're working with you to do whatever we have to do. We'll use missiles. If you want us to use a missile, they're extremely accurate. Boom, right into the living room. That's the end of that cartel person. But we'll do whatever you need if you want. A lot of countries don't want to do that. They say, oh, sure, I'd rather not have that. I'd rather not have that. I believe they can be spoken to. I don't think so. Many of them don't want, and that's
Phew.
okay too. You're going to do you. But if you need help, you're going to let us know, okay? Many of the cartels have developed sophisticated military operations, highly sophisticated. In some cases, they say they're more powerful than the military in the country.
Guys, what the
Can't
fuck?
have that. These brutal criminal organizations pose an unacceptable threat to national security.
Can I just say that we've got our vocal stem for the Pew.
And they provide a dangerous gateway for foreign adversaries in our region. And we don't want them near our country either. We don't want them to come in. They're cancer, you know. They're cancer, and we don't want it spreading. We have a very strong border. You know, we have a border now where for 9 months, 0 people have been able to come through. It's hard to believe, actually, because we went from 25 million people coming in over the Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst presidents
He's
in history
impressed by
of the
violence,
world.
Faith, but he has like
He was the
no
worst president in
concept
the
of it,
history of our country.
like
We've had some
actually
pretty bad
being
ones.
violence.
Recently, we've had
He's
some
just
pretty
impressed
bad ones,
with
but he's
by
the
it.
worst. But he would go down as one of the worst in the world. I'm going to up his category now. It's horrible what he did.
I know.
And what he didn't do was probably worse than what he did. Every leader here today is united in the conviction that we cannot and will not tolerate the lawlessness in our hemisphere any longer. The only way to defeat these enemies is by unleashing the power of our militaries. We have to use our military. You have to use your military. You can't fight these people with...
That won't
You have
work.
great police. You have some great police, but they threaten your police. They scare your police. You're going to use your military. In many cases, our forces have already been working closely with yours, and the United States looks forward to deepening and expanding that cooperation in the months ahead. And it's so good that we got to know so many of you. I mean, we're so many. And I'd love to get to your countries at some point. Marco loves going to your countries. He's always at one of these countries. He likes your countries the best, okay?
He's also a Latin
Where are you?
American. He's one of you.
I'm in Chile. Oh, good. How's Chile doing? Good.
Chile.
He likes
But
it. He feels
that's
very
not-
calm. We all like him, right? It helps. He's got a language.
There we go.
He's got
Say
a
it.
language advantage over me, because I'm not learning your damn language. I don't have time. I was okay with languages, but I'm not going to spend time learning your language. That much I won't do. Just give me a good interpreter. Interpreter, very important. And I know if somebody's good.
What the fuck are you talking
I may
about,
not speak
bro?
the language, but I know I had an interpreter recently that wasn't good, talking to a very strong person from a different part of the world. And I could tell, even though I don't speak the language, I could tell the interpreter was not good. When you go, when I give a long, flowing,
This is
beautiful
so
sentence,
embarrassing all the
and
time.
in this case, it was a woman, and she gave it in about 1/4 the time. I said, well, their language may be efficient, but it's not that efficient. And I could also tell when I have great interpreters.
The thing is, a dying hegemon lashes out with their military at everyone. and people learn very quickly how much it sucks to be on the fucking front line. But we know from our little stream that we did, you can't solve this problem purely with a military or like what you can't solve the cartel problem like this. They're extremely transnational. They're like global. It doesn't work. It's like taking a hammer to Quicksilver. This is the same as like trying to use a conventional military to defeat terrorist organizations. It doesn't work like this. It's so fucking stupid. It's like boy logic. It's like, I had the bigger stick. It's Andrew Wilson logic. That's what it is. It's the Force doctrine. It's like, ultimately, I can hit you harder and therefore I'll always win. It's like, that is not how that fucking works, bro. That's not how the world works.
Interpreters are very important. You have a bad interpreter. You think you're doing well?
Exactly, she doesn't love you.
Boy, did I do a good job talking to
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
this one or that. Was I great when I spoke to Putin today? Was I great when I spoke to President? Was I great? But if the interpreter isn't speaking right,
how would you
weak,
know?
Or is ineffective, or is just not good, or not interpreting your words correctly.
Hi, Sean. I'm mad today.
In one case, we had an interpreter who, when she disagreed with what we were saying, she actually changed it. We considered her a foreign minister, right? But no, the interpreter is, I talk about it all the time. Interpreters are really important. When you don't speak the language, they don't speak the language. People have no idea. People have no idea how valuable, and I'm on them all the time, people have no idea how valuable a good interpreter is. But over the last year, the world has witnessed the supreme power of the United States. We're the most powerful military country in the world.
This is me trying to
I spent so much time
fill space when someone needs to be distracted.
Over $1 trillion, and now we just had another budget. We may be going to $1.5 trillion. We're building a thing called a battleship, like in the old days, remember?
How does that help you with Mexico, you fucking dumb fuck?
And he suggested, I've always said, why don't we have battleships anymore, shooting big bullets instead of, $3 million rockets? And they said, well, sir, we just don't have them. Nobody could give me the answer, but we're actually building 10 of them. And I said, you remember the old ones from, you'd see Victory at Sea.
I want a big ship.
Victory at Sea?
Okay, you're a fucking toddler.
These ships going through those waves like the waves were nothing, although the waves are pretty powerful. They knock out a lot of territory, but you'd see these incredible pieces of art. Beautiful, beautiful.
Big
the
fucking
big battleships
ship.
of the 1940s, right? Power.
The bigger the better. I want the Titanic.
Would we ever want to bring them back? Because we have some of them. They're museums and other things. And they said, sir, the new ship is 100 times more powerful than what we were looking at with those guns and amazing, right? 100 times. I said, you sure it's not maybe 90 times? 100 times more powerful. And we're building 10 of them. Not to use them. We don't want to use them, but by having them, nobody's going to play games. So, it's good
That's
to have
it.
them. We don't want to use
Everybody
them.
stops
They'll say,
doing what they're doing for a...
I'm the one
Guys,
that ended 8 wars.
First man to realize that everybody stops doing what they're doing for a number of incentives, political, economic, a number of very different fucking things. If you just get a big boat, if you just get big shit, the bigger the better, they just fucking stop because they're so impressed by how big your shit is. They're so afraid of your big shit. When they're in fucking Mexico, they're like, oh no, there's a battleship, guys. There's a battleship on the ocean. And we, the transnational cartel that has a global drug trade and a global human trafficking trade, we better stop what we're doing that makes us billions of dollars. We should just stop because it's a big fucking ship that's going to get us.
I'm the one that, and we have another one coming,
stupid.
I think. The easiest was that, and that was just, and as you would understand this, the hatred.
This is like talking to your friend's drunk dad. This is what it's like. It's like, yeah. And you're like, I needed to get a fucking jacket so quick.
Between Putin and his counterpart is so great, okay? It's so great that...
Do I think he'll say anything substantive?
Ukraine, Russia,
maybe accidentally.
You'd think there'd be a little bit of
Not on
camaraderie.
purpose.
There's not. And the hatred is so great, it's very hard for them to get there. It's very, very hard to get there. So we'll see what happens. But we've been close a lot of times, and one or the other would back out.
It's
But we're losing.
It's a
they're
totally
losing.
equal thing.
It doesn't really
It's
affect
both
us
of their
very
faults,
much because
obviously.
we've got an ocean separating. I'm doing it as a favor to Europe, and I'm doing it as a favor to life, because they're losing 25,000 souls. Think of that every month. 25,000.
Because he's on and he's the fucking
Last month,
president. And we should
31,000.
watch him when he talks. But
Both sides,
God.
31,000 people died, mostly soldiers. So
Mostly
I have an
soldiers.
ability to get those things done.
But you haven't.
to get
dumb
bring people
fuck.
together, and I did great with so many. India.
You said you'd get this
Pakistan,
one
that was
done
gonna be
in
a
one
disaster.
day.
That was
Pakistan and
raging for
Afghanistan are currently
a number of
fighting, you
days. I
fucking
did that
idiot.
through trade. I used tariffs and trade, and it was amazing. But we did amazing. One was 32 years, one was 34, and one was 37 years.
This is the
and we
leader
got
of the
it done
free
very
world, ladies and
quickly.
gentlemen.
And we'll get this one done too. But the hatred is hatred's an amazing.
It's not hatred,
an
you
amazing
fucking
thing.
idiot.
People do bad things.
One
and
country invaded
people
another.
Don't get things done when the hatred is too great. That's a lot of it. Just
Guys,
as we formed a coalition.
it is so. Guys, it's just they hate one another. I can't understand why Ukraine is just upset because they fucking hate Russia. And Russia hates Ukraine. And that's the whole story. Get the fuck. I hate this guy so bad. It's okay. No, I don't. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
To eradicate ISIS in the Middle East, we must now do the same thing to eradicate the cartels at home. So we did eradicate ISIS
No, yeah,
No.
because the
during the 4 years.
ISIS definitely don't operate currently in the Sahel region of Africa at all. You definitely completely defeated ISIS, and that's not going to pop up like a fucking bat out of hell when you're not looking because of what you're doing in Iran. Africa is definitely not going to be the next theater. Okay.
We had a rigged election. You probably read about it.
Oh my
Probably heard
fucking
something.
God.
So it gave me
I
4
hate
years
this
to
man.
contemplate and to stage my comeback. I staged.
Because I was thinking this the other day. I don't think it's just old men. I think men sound very wet in their mouth. Like they have a lot of spit there. And like I don't hear it when I listen to women. But I'm glad you're drunk. I hope you're having a great night. But seriously.
Big comeback. They say it was a comeback. I didn't think it was a comeback because I had the people on my side. So I didn't view it as a comeback.
Extensious,
But they
clever.
did everything possible during that 4 years. They're crooked politicians, dirty cops. They're dirty cops. They did everything possible to make it impossible for me to win. And I won in a landslide. But during that period of time, I learned a lot. And I learned how you people, and I saw it so badly, how you're suffering with what's happening with the
They just
crime
have a
in
lot
the
of
region.
spit, it sounds like.
And I said, if we ever come back, we're going to eradicate that crime. And I'm going to work with you. And if you want, we're going to do it. We can do it pretty easily. As part of our commitment to countering the cartel presence in our region, we must recognize.
Wait, no, Masa, you have to understand. I dated exclusively women for a very long time. So when I first was in a situation where I was living with a man, it was shocking to me how much sound, like men just seem to have a lot of liquid running through them all the time. Like, what is that about? And also, no one tells you about their feet. This is this stuff that you learn when you're like not around them. You're around beautiful, incredible women, and then suddenly you're around men, and they're like wake up, they're like going to bed, they're like, it's a lot of noise. Whenever you're around men, they're making noise.
The epicenter of cartel violence is
The feet are huge, like
Mexico.
hobbits.
The Mexican cartels are fueling and orchestrating much of the bloodshed and chaos in this hemisphere, and the United States government will do whatever is necessary to defend our national security and to protect the safety of the American people. No, look, it's coming through Mexico.
Shut
And I
up,
like the
bro. We're
president
over
very
you.
much.
It's
She's
live.
a very good person. She's got a beautiful voice, a beautiful woman, but a beautiful voice. President.
Yeah, men are just
I
juicy.
said, let me eradicate the cartels. No, please, President.
Shut up,
We have
bro.
to eradicate them. We have to knock the hell out of them because they're getting worse. They're taking over that country. The
Guys,
cartels
Trump talking about the cartels is me drunk just talking about men. We have to eradicate them because they're taking over. we have to completely destroy them.
are running Mexico. We can't have that.
Can't have that.
Too close to us.
Too close to us.
Too close to you.
Too close to you.
But everything comes in through Mexico, mostly. At the same time, all of us must recommit to ensuring that law and order within our own nations, and that includes showing zero tolerance for the gang activity, tremendous gang activity.
Just
in
guys, we just got to show
Venezuela.
zero
That's
tolerance
in
because so
much
far
better shape than it
everyone was
ever
like,
has been.
yeah, the
We've
cartels are
developed a great
fine.
relationship in Venezuela. The savages who murder and rape with impunity must be permanently removed from society. We must not allow our criminal justice systems to be corrupted so that they protect these criminals and animals at the expense of your people.
I don't want to listen to him. I'm just thinking maybe he'll accidentally slip up and say something. Like he'll say,
From the worst border in history to by far the best border. We have the best, strongest border that we've ever had. We have great people that did that job. By securing our border and cracking down on traffickers and smugglers, we've reduced the fence cartel kingpins of all. She wasn't working with us. I'd say she's doing a very poor job. Unacceptable. No, but she's doing a great job, Marco, right? And gets along great with Marco. And we're taking out
he looks at a speech and then ad-libs based off it. He never reads the whole speech.
tremendous amounts of oil. They're making more money now than they've ever made. We have the big oil companies in. They are
His plan, the idea was meant to be, Matthew, the idea was we'll quickly get rid of the Ayatollah, Iran will fall, and then we'll be able to get out of the Middle East. Easy. Dunskies. So simple. And then we'll be able to focus on what we want to focus, which is our area, our theater. Because we need to secure our theater, which is the entire Americas, so that we can fight China. But unfortunately, Iran don't fucking work like that.
They are making in Venezuela. We're also looking forward to the great change that will soon be coming to Cuba. Cuba's at the end of the line. They're very much at the end of the line.
We're just going to attack everyone.
They have a bad philosophy. They have a bad
They're bad, guys.
regime that's been bad for a long time. And they used to get the money from Venezuela. They get the oil from Venezuela. But they don't have any money from Venezuela.
Yeah, Sean, I saw that. He's also, he may as well have accepted, the Crown Prince accepting his role as Iran's transitional leader, a role that nobody offered him, by the way, is the same as him saying, you know what, I'll step in and be the Strait of Hormuz because someone's got to. Like, okay, what do you... I've already taken the role of Ayatollah. You know what I mean? Like, me being the Ayatollah is as meaningful as the Crown Prince being the Ayatollah right now, or the leader of Iran. It's the same fucking shit.
People can't even... They land in Cuba, they can't... the way it is. And but our focus right now is on Iran.
Here we go.
And we'll do that. I would say, what will you do? Take about 2 days off, Marco? No, he won't. Maybe an hour. He'll take 1 hour off, and then he'll finish up a deal on Cuba.
Yeah, guys, if everyone would like to accept a role that you would like, you can just accept it. You can just do it in the chat right now. You can just accept whatever goal and role you would like. No, you can swear in my chat. We're pro swear. Also, I'm the Crown Princess Ayatollah Khomeini. And I have been streaming for an hour and a half. So if you would like to support me by giving me a sub, you made me ask for it, which disgusted me to my very soul.
Look at you.
Oh, but it worked. Thank you very much, Tria. What role would you like? We're offering it. We're offering roles. What would you like? Thank you. Thank you, Meb. Crown Princess Ayatollah Khomeini, thanks you for your service.
That'll be an easy one. But it'll be the entire region that we're doing that. Many of you have come today and they say, I hope you can take care of Cuba because you've had problems with Cuba, right? You mentioned, I was surprised, but 4 of you said, actually, could you
Look,
do us a
Faith.
favor?
Okay,
Take care
I
of
need to
Cuba?
fix the thing
I'll take-
because it didn't do what I wanted it to do, but it did something. Is it going to go to the counter? It kind of is working. Kind of. No, I'm.
Look at you.
Okay, it's gonna do it for every single one that you gave me. And we'll just wait because that's fine because we like to celebrate each membership individually.
Look at you.
Yeah, I haven't perfected everything. I'm not quitting my day job. I can be both a streamer and an Ayatollah at once.
Look at you.
Just guys, every sub counts. Feel it, right? Again.
Look at you.
There we go. Alicia, thank you. I'm not the 12th Imam. I'm not revealed. Thank you very much. Okay. We can do we still want to listen to this guy? I refuse to call him
Gathered here
president.
today
No,
are
don't be sorry.
filled with unlimited potential. You have tremendous potential. It's a great
Look at you.
part of the world. But to fulfill that tremendous potential,
Thank you,
we
Wallach.
must smash the grip of the cartels
Thank you,
and criminal
Matthew.
gangs and horrible.
Guys, the revelation of the 12th Imam is a sub goal, but it's at a secret number that I can't tell you about. We can make the 12th Imam reveal himself or herself. We don't know what it, I think it is a man, but yes, it can happen. It is Troye Sivan. So, he wants you to look at you, the gifter of subs. That's why it says it, because you get looked at if you gift subs.
Organizations run by successful than ever before.
Okay, we're not watching this because he's not saying anything interesting. Hi, Kevin. Good morning. Shoot for 777. Wait, you tried to when you went apostrophe subs, were you trying to work out how many subs that I have? Because I can just tell you. I should put it up somewhere so you guys can keep track.
First black newspaper.
Oh, don't listen to that. That's other people. So far, I have 109 subs. Fuck yeah. Okay. And that's on Twitch. I don't know how to check how many I have on YouTube. Yeah, the 12th Imam will bring back Jesus as a friend, which is actually very kind of him, I think. And it kind of creates a sense of unity that I love, that you wouldn't anticipate. I don't know what GDPR is. I don't know what it is. Okay. Are we a Takistan yet? No. No, I don't like that man. Also, did Ben Shapiro's eyebrows get bigger? Okay. We gotta watch this guy. Because we have to get rid of it, this video. Guys, I know you want to give me one concept a day to get upset by. GDPR sounds like it's one that could do it. We're not going to go there because I'm already upset by this man with this beard. Okay? And his stupid takes. General data protection rules of the European Union. Okay. Forgetting it. Immediately.
Yeah, he's spearheading efforts to get them ready, and American and Israeli
Now he's
funds
too loud.
reportedly flowing into Kurdish coffers. According to US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, it's Israel that's been doing the bulk of the work, providing weapons to...
No, we don't know what anyone is doing and saying and what anyone means. They're all talking out of their fucking ass.
Kurdish forces, although the New York Times reports that the CIA has sent at least small arms to Iranian Kurdish groups in the past. While the offensive didn't actually start on Wednesday in the way that international sources had initially claimed, there is ample evidence to suggest that an offensive is coming in the very near future.
What ample evidence? You're a fucking stupid liar. Anybody who looked for evidence would see there's ample evidence that this is not going to fucking happen, you idiot. God.
Last month, 5 key Kurdish Iranian political parties joined together to form a coalition, thus unifying.
Oh yes, unifying the Kurds means they're going to invade Iran. That makes sense, at the behest of America.
The armed wings of all 5. The US purportedly held a series of recent calls with Kurdish factional leaders.
Purportedly. Do we know what purported means? Do we know what purported means? Not reported, purported. Do you know what you're saying? The US purportedly held a series of calls? This is your evidence? Purported means, let's look up the actual fucking definition so I don't mislead you. The actual definition. Appearing or stated to be true, though not necessarily so. Alleged. My evidence, you know what this guy's having? He's just like Trump. He's having a fact-based feeling. He's having a fact-based feeling, guys. If he doesn't make 100,000 videos, he'll die. Guys, once again, I need to remind you, whenever I criticize someone, it's all projection. It comes from a place of sincere and severe jealousy, okay? I can't make videos at this rate. Therefore, I am jealous. Therefore, I have to destroy him. Okay? It's projection. So never forget I'm the villain. I don't want you looking at this and hating this man. I'm always the problem. Keep the hatred in the stream. Don't go and hate this guy just because I'm getting mad. Because remember, it's all projection.
Leadership, including at least one call that involved Donald Trump personally, while in closed-door meetings, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin.
Where's your evidence for these calls? These calls that were happening. I wonder if they were released by fucking the stupid-ass intelligence agencies of these countries that want us to believe that Kurdistan is going to attack Iran, which they're obviously not going to do. It's not okay to just hate Evan because I'm a virtue ethicist and it means I have to stay pure of soul. Thank you so much. Thank you, Wallach. Within my ethical framework, it's not about doing good, it's about being good. It's about being a good person and it's about moral training. And you have to morally train yourself every single day to be a good person. And good people don't hate other people. And they recognize that those negative feelings usually come from one's own insecurity. So this is bad analysis and I hate bad analysis. But also the animation of my criticism probably comes from a place of jealousy. Okay. The description of the video have authors? No, well, that would be get full conflict briefings. You can pay more money to get more stuff. These are the references. They're just, X, just random people on X, random OSINT accounts. Random, Insider Geo, OSINT Technical, okay, Ruslan Trad, okay, Saladin Aldroni, of course. Why didn't I ask Saladin Aldroni? Why didn't I ask Jimmy Sek, UK? Joyce Karam, of course, the famous Joyce Karam. Of course. Why didn't I think to check OSINT 613? When I want to check if Donald Trump got on the phone with the Kurds, because we know that if he had a conversation with the Kurds as well, guys, it's really important that you remember. He told us that it all comes down to the translator. He told us that it's all about the translator. Thank you. Thank you, Wallach, for ensuring the survival of moral coin. and our crypto morality so that I can do evil things and be protected by my investment in crypto morality. Let's see what OSINT613 had to say. Here's what I'm understanding. Here's what I'm understanding about the Kurdish ground movement reports in southwestern Iran. So far, it appears to be limited to small-scale clashes along the border. Where are you getting this from? Open source intel? Thank you, Permo. I haven't fully worked this out. I need to clean this up a little bit, but at least we know what happened. Thank you so much. Here, open source being like, this is what I'm getting. This is the information I'm getting. We don't know where from. We don't know, are you a Kurd, bro? We don't know anything. And then literally under it, a Kurd and proud. PJAK says to Kurdish media, we have not participated in any attack on Iran. Literally underneath it, there are people saying, hey, this is not happening. This is so, let's see what else do you say, open source intel. Thank you! Guys, I gotta set my Twitter account up like this. Oh, 1.1 million followers? Why did that not work? Why didn't I get an alert for that on a perma? Fucking hell. But their name is super serious. Boys will literally spend anything, any money to lie to themselves. I just like, this is just annoying to me. This is annoying. My point is, I am Barahuan here, but I'm going to vibe code a dashboard that is going to be so good. You're not even going to know what to do. Hey, JD Pondon. Okay, so as you know, this guy is saying we have lots of evidence to suggest that the Kurds are going to invade Iran, despite every single expert in this field saying they won't, and the Kurds saying they won't. We follow some OSINT accounts on Twitter, and therefore we, woke and gay non-derogatory, woke and gay good. Who do we trust? OSINT or random chatter? Who do we trust about whether or not the Kurds are going to invade? OSINT account? OSINT613? Or the spokesperson of the KDP? It's a tough one. But guys, it's a fact-based feeling. Please, you're allowed to have those now. DA here. What does a DA mean? If we were going to launch an attack, you would claim you wouldn't, in most cases. Yeah. BB, Joe's boyfriend in the 80s. Oh. You know that song by Olivia Rodrigo? He's like, I met a guy in the summer. That's what I think my relationship with him would have been like. Devil's advocate. Oh, that's the point though. That's what I'm saying. This is the problem with accounts like this, is that you are playing into an information war. If this is being leaked, if this idea that the Kurds are going to do some like cross-border invasion, they would try and keep that very, very private. So if it's being publicized, then they probably want it to be. That's how upset I am. They probably want it to be publicized. It's all right, guys. Can you just chill out? It's fine. You're getting really worked up, and it's literally just a YouTube video. Feelings are better than facts, Limbo. But have you ever tried a fact-based feeling? Because I learned about them from the president today, and I think he may be onto something. Me personally, I'm getting my news from head mod of the World News subreddit, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Netanyahu supposedly expressed deep knowledge of Kurdish fighting groups
Hell yeah,
and
Delulu.
pre-existing attack plans for the battles ahead. In public remarks on Wednesday, the White House denied coordinating with Kurdish forces around a future offensive, but US action...
The US denies it. The Kurds deny it. Every expert denies it. But I read some tweets. Therefore, and I want to make a YouTube video that will get 500,000 views to spread misinfo. It's not even misinfo. Is it which one is it? Misinformation or disinformation? Misinformation is when it's kind of real but wrong, and one is literally wrong. I don't remember which one though. And these people are here 1,000 times better coverage of news than mainstream media. Thank you. He's lying. This is wrong information. That's why we're fans of Whistler Boy. I mean, he did this news way too fast. Exactly. Turkey gonna love this. Oh my God. At this point, my day would be off without these videos. He's lying. This is literally the most wrong information. And it's making me sad. Because he's got an accent and a beard. I don't have either of those things. So no one is gonna believe me.
Actions speak for themselves. Over the last few days, the US and Israel have started to bombard Iranian targets in the northwest with growing frequency, softening the areas where Kurdish forces would be expected to advance.
So once again, remember this. Oh, his evidence for a Kurdish invasion, ground invasion, is that the Allied forces are currently bombing the Iranian Kurds. Do you know what screams? He's killing Kurds. They're killing Kurds. Because nothing will make them want to do a ground invasion, like being softening. It's going to make it easier for them because they're bombing a little entryway. Kill them. Kill them so that they invade.
Iran seems to understand what's coming too. If its missile and drone strikes on the officers of Kurdish political parties and its threats of massive retaliation after a Kurdish advance are any indication, that is.
Oh, yeah, because that's a new thing. Today, Iranians decided there was a threat from the Kurds and they would start attacking them. That isn't something they've been doing forever. With increased severity since 2022. They just thought, hey, it seems like they might be doing a ground invasion. We should start attacking them.
Even in conversations with global journalists on Wednesday, as Kurdish leaders denied that any offensive was underway at that time, many of those...
How do you not feel stupid when you're like, oh, Israel's denying this, the US is denying this, the Kurds are denying this, they're bombing. My evidence is that maybe there was a phone call. I learned it from Twitter. Also, they're bombing Kurds, which probably means they're helping the Kurds, obviously. What are you fucking talking about, bro? Yeah, Simon's actually talking directly to Iran.
Those same leaders confirmed that an offensive was in the preparatory phases. Not all Kurdish groups are in alignment around the coming offensive, and some Kurdish authorities, especially in Iranian Kurdistan, have signaled that they don't intend to support or facilitate any military operation.
Literally everyone we've spoken to says it's not happening. But I'm making a video telling you a ground invasion of Iran is coming. Every single authority we've spoken to says it's not happening.
nations. Nor have global experts been entirely supportive of the idea, and many have pointed
And experts also disagree with me. But I'm going to tell you it's coming.
out a Kurdish offensive would raise the risk of civil war and breakdown across Iran while ignoring recent history.
Because there's literally no benefit to them doing it. If you are wondering, we also analyze if there's a benefit to them doing it. No.
Especially in Syria, where the US has worked with the Kurds to accomplish military goals and then promptly abandon them. But although those concerns are very
And there's a history of it not working as well. That's also worth noting. But I'm going to tell you it's happening.
real, and it is entirely possible that a Kurdish offensive could quickly devolve into a strategic misadventure, all sides are currently incentivized to give it a shot. The US and Israel
Wait, what?
would very much like to have a friendly ground.
What are you talking about? How do you go through everything he just went through and be like, actually, though, everyone's incentivized to try it? You have not demonstrated that at all, bro. You've demonstrated the opposite. How do you get away with that? He's a massive doober.
Ground forces active in Iran, especially without putting their people at risk. Iranian Kurdish groups understand
Yeah, kill the
that
Kurds
this is
instead,
a once-in-a-generational
obviously.
opportunity to secure their homelands. The Kurdish diaspora
Oh, once in a lifetime opportunity? What about the last 8 times they tried it? Were they the once in a lifetime opportunities as well? I'm fairly sure if I had people fucking arm me and try and get me to take my homeland this many times, I'd be feeling pretty safe that the opportunity might come around again. In fact, you know what I might do if I were the Iranian Kurds? I might just wait for the regime to fall, seeing that an external force seems so intent on doing it, and then try and form a Kurdish state in Iran. It kind of feels like that might be more advantageous for me to do instead of trying to do it myself. Instead of me fighting, the most powerful military in the world says they want the regime to fall. So maybe I'll just wait till they do it. And then I'll create a state instead of, I don't know, dying when I know that my impact won't shift anything at all.
across the Middle East currently has forces to spare and has the need to try and secure new territory after its enclave in Syria was dismantled and an amnesty deal in Turkey has made it far harder for armed Kurdish groups to remain there. That doesn't change
I need to hear that again because I need to hear how stupid it was again.
and an amnesty deal in Turkey has
Wait.
currently has forces to spare and has the need to try and secure new territory after its enclave in Syria was dismantled and an amnesty deal in Turkey has made it far harder for armed Kurdish groups to remain there.
I need to tell you guys something that may shock you. The Kurds that live in Turkey and the Kurds that live in Syria do not speak even the same language as the Iranian Kurds. So the idea that, like, if it were the case that they just needed territory for somewhere to go, then why aren't all of the Kurds from the region, why aren't they all living in Iraqi Kurdistan, where they have a government and an autonomous region? Because if that's the logic, why wouldn't they all be in Iraqi Kurdistan? If they just need an area of land, why wouldn't they all... You think the Kurds from Turkey are just going to go across to Iran? Sam, exactly. Don't worry, I feel your insults. God, I'm mad.
That doesn't change the difficult reality that there's a real chance a Kurdish offensive could lead to catastrophe.
And also, don't think, obviously all of, God, if they got that territory in Iran, obviously all the Kurds in Turkey, they would give up their ambitions to have that part of Turkey and they just go to Iran. They don't feel any connection to that land that they've been fighting for what, a century? They don't feel any connection to Turkey. They don't feel any connection to that area. They just want any land you can give them. So obviously, those militant groups in Turkey, they're not militant in Turkey for a reason. They're not trying to get that part of Kurdistan. They'd be happy with the bit in Iran. Just give them something, guys. It's got nothing to do with any. Oh my God. You just have to be a level of, this is what I mean when I say it takes me like a long time to write my scripts, because I would be mortified to let something this ridiculous come out of my mouth. It would be embarrassing for me. If I wrote something like this and recorded something like this and published it and later found out how fucking stupid I'd been, I'd want to end it all. I'd remove myself from the internet. I'd have to dye my hair, get facial reconstructive surgery, get a different accent, and come back in a way that you guys... I'd have to come back with a fucking VTube so that you guys could never recognize I'm the same person. Because this would be mortifying for me.
But the circumstances are just right on all sides to suggest that the Kurds and their international partners can justify the risk. Now, before we move on, we got to take...
No! That's a lie. I don't want to hear your ad either. Wait, let me see what I should be doing. Let me see what the grift should be.
Take a moment and highlight the place to go for even more information on the ongoing conflict in the Middle East.
Misinformation, disinformation, wrong information. This is where to go if you want to be misinformed. This is where to go if you want to learn the stupidest possible take you could have on this.
As well as many other conflicts
Hey,
and
Odyssean.
geopolitical flashpoints around the world. And that, of course, is fronts.co. It's our team's written news website, premium subscriber service, and one-stop shop for all the in-depth analysis that we can offer. Our core team works with award-winning journalists and experts to provide multiple exclusive...
Where did they get their fucking award from? FIFA? Because they seem to be handing out awards.
video episodes and articles every single week, in addition to the 8 free episodes we release each week on Warfronts and our sister channel Homefronts. This week, Fronts is going to be going all in on our Iran coverage, filling in the gaps and getting at the underlying...
At this stage, nuking God, so I actually think it's poorly researched, but if you poorly research something during a war, when you know that there is simultaneously an information war going on, you actually become an arm of the state, and it becomes malicious misinformation, because you are saying I'm willing to be manipulated and used by my state in order to spread misinformation that helps their campaign. So even though it may just be a situation where it's poorly researched, there comes a point where even just doing something badly, like, you have to take some moral accountability for what the consequences of that may be, even if the intention isn't necessarily nefarious.
Issues we don't have time to address in a quick update like this one. On Wednesday, we released a free-to-access episode answering your questions on the conflict. You don't need an account with us to watch it.
Do not ask this man questions.
So do check it out again. Again, the site is fronts.co. A subscription costs just $5 a month or $50 a year. Thanks to those who already subscribe. And now, let's get back to Iran. The course of the offensive. Now's the time of writing, it's impossible to know precisely when the Kurdish offensive into Iran will
Because it's not going to happen. That's why it's so hard to know when it's going to happen, because it's not going to happen.
begin. We can, however, give a good idea of how that offensive is going to look.
Okay,
once it
let's
does begin.
hear your fantasy
Kurdish forces
story.
will be advancing from the west across the border from northern Iraq, and they may have already captured the border outposts and early defenses that would stand in their way. Over 100 Iranian
I know, but this is essentially a false, and I know I'm getting mad at the research team behind him, right? Because ultimately they're making what, 5 to 10 videos a day, so they're doing it just to make money. And literally, you just need to do the smallest amount of research to know that this isn't the case. I've been telling you this isn't the case for days. I think I told you yesterday, but I mean, like, I knew before yesterday. No, I told you not. Hang on, let me check my streams. Guys, can I just say, ever since I said that men were like spitty, and I've had just an insane amount of spit in my mouth, I don't know what's happened. It's come back to punish me. I told you Thursday, so Wednesday your time, that the Kurds were not going to do a front. And he said yesterday that they were. So his research team has done such terrible research. And the thing is, you know what's crazy? The research team, which literally basically only references fucking X, okay, outside of the fact that they're getting their research from unverified OSINT, right? In their research, they're saying the US doesn't agree with this. Israel doesn't agree with this. The Kurds say they're not going to do this. Every expert on the Kurds say that it is not going to be done, right? Literally every expert opinion, every official line of communication says that there is no Kurdish ground invasion, okay? They say that in the research, and then they decide anyway they're going to say that there's a Kurdish ground invasion. And they're going to represent the Kurds as a homogenous entity, which is just like, it's offensive, actually. Do you find his content is often inaccurate? I tend to not watch it, Rakaishi, because I think I cannot understand how you make this much content and you have any accuracy. I don't so I don't watch it enough to be able to tell you if I generally find it inaccurate, but if I got $7,000 for well, he would have got more than that. Yeah, he would have got way more than that. If I got this number of views, maybe I would do disinformation. If I got this many views every day, yeah, I would do lots of disinformation. So I don't even blame him. I told you this was all coming from a place of jealousy.
Iranian positions have already been hit, suggesting that the Kurds will be able to form a local foothold on Iranian territory at a bare minimum.
You are attacking the Kurdish part of Iran and the Kurds. That's your foothold? Killing the Iranian Kurds? Okay.
The offensive would likely include at least a few thousand Kurdish fighters using armored vehicles, mortars, and artillery pieces. Iranian Kurdish militias would probably be leading the charge, and their number would...
I was actually thinking it could be a really... Because I saw this thing and I was like, you should have a sub-goal. And I was like, what would anyone want from me, though? And I was like, maybe we could have a sub-goal where I do, like, regularly when we get to a certain number of subs, like, I don't know, like 350, right? I could do a grift stream where I pretend to be a right-wing person and I do a whole stream as if I were a Trump supporter and I give you the opposite point of view and we do a grift stream. We pretend.
Would be about 2,500 fighters, but Iraqi Peshmerga
exactly,
forces
Joe
claim to have
Colbert.
up to 200,000 fighters at their disposal. Air support will come from US and Israeli forces, and Kurdish fighters may have
Obviously, air support will just come from these guys.
unmanned drones at their disposal to provide a level of strike capability and aerial intelligence gathering in the surrounding area. While it's not impossible that Kurdish forces could achieve a breakthrough, similar to the Syrian rebel offensive of late 2024, and come crashing into Tehran outright, that outcome is highly unlikely. Instead, the
It probably won't work. No one says they're going to do it. It doesn't meet any of the objectives of the Iraqi Kurds. But we're going to continue to tell you it's happening. Music stream, what do you mean? Do you mean, guys, I am getting this guy to teach me how to use my Ableton thing. So eventually my dream would be able to do something like Mooncat can do. But she's very, very talented. And also then everyone would be like, oh my God, you're just copying her. But I want to copy her because what she does is very, very cool. And I think me just singing is kind of silly unless we wrote songs. I think writing songs is fun, but just doing cover music, you don't need a sub goal to do that. I do that for free.
The offensive is probably a way to overstress the Iranian military and force Iran to make decisions that would place it at a tactical disadvantage. To deal with the Kurdish advance, Iranian forces will need to mass into large units. They'll need to reveal their tanks and heavy armor, get lots of troops.
That's fucking bullshit. This is just a lie. I don't even know what to tell you. They don't need to do this to defeat the Kurds, but okay.
Together in tight concentrations and try to maneuver their way toward Kurdish forces out in the open, where they can be picked off from.
Hey guys. This area here is the Iranian part of Kurdistan. I'm so sure they're going to roll their tanks in here. That's definitely what's going to happen. It's a great idea. Let's just roll our tanks through here. Obviously. God, so fucking stupid. Yeah, it's just the 8th time, Ricochet. When the 9th time they've been armed and abandoned by the West. I have the setup for Ableton, I just don't know how to use it. Hannibal did it, so why not the Kurds? All-terrain tanks got that. Now they mount and with discombobulators. Mountain ranges, great place for defeating air power, unlike the documentary Top Gun Maverick suggested.
In the air. Really, they won't have much choice. The alternative would be to just stand by and give the Kurds a clear path into Tehran.
Yeah. Okay. Just an easy, clear path. They won't get him anywhere across these 1,000 kilometers. And oh, sorry. Yeah, that's better. That's if we go down this way. I don't think we should go down this way. I think we're going to come, because this isn't the clear path, guys. You can't go this way. This isn't the clear path. They're bombing up here. We got to go this way. We got to go the top way. We're going to go up through here. I don't know if we can drive that way. What if I say we have to go past? Anyway, you get my point. We don't need to actually work out which way they'll go. But I'm just telling you. This idea of if they don't bring out their tanks, it'll be a super clear, easy path. And the Iraqi Kurds, they'll just sweep Tehran and take out the decentralized regime that are weirdly all in Tehran for some reason. I just want this video to die. Jenny West, I am Australian. Can't do what they expect you to do. Non-Aussie minds struggle to understand it. Oh, Canberra to Melbourne, that's just a cheeky 8-hour drive. It's no biggie. Okay.
Speaking of Tehran, the Kurdish advance will most likely concentrate on areas a few hundred kilometers away from the capital, far enough that Tehran probably isn't an imminent risk, but close enough that when Iran needs to pull additional forces to stop the Kurds, Tehran is where many of those reinforcements will come from. draw out
Which additional forces? The Artesh? The IRGC? The Basij? I think they got enough forces. I know, Jenny. Stressful. God, you know what they say. There's only a few Iranian fighters. However, will they take on the Kurds, who have so successfully overwhelmed them previously?
those forces, and Tehran will become much more vulnerable by the day. Maybe a Kurdish offensive overstretches Iranian forces so badly that they start to lose control in other parts of the country. Maybe by drawing the forces away from the capital, the US can set the conditions for a popular revolt within the city. Or maybe
Is doing so much heavy lifting here. Maybe if we get some forces out of Tehran, America can just set the conditions for a popular uprising. Okay, can you explain that a little bit more? Can you explain what that looks like? How you do that? Can you explain how you're going to do that? Because, Sherlock, the reason no one's talking about the Azeris is because the actual different groups of people who are Iranian still have a very strong sense of Iranian nationalism. So Azeris have no interest in the Iranian state falling. It's only the Kurds that want to create some sort of balkanization or a cutting of the territory of Iran. So the reason no one's talking about the Azeris is because even if the Azeris were to rise up against the regime, Iran as a structure Iran as a state would still exist. So that's why they are not talking about them. I would really like more information, though, on this. God, I wonder how many Kurds are coming across. How many IRGC, Artesh, and Basij are going to need to be drawn out of Tehran? Because obviously all of them would leave, right? They just all go. And then America could use their planes to create the conditions for the popular revolt. Because the people... And this is an important point that he hasn't raised, but let's just, the people definitely, they're on the same side as the Kurds. The Iranian people, they say Iran has a huge amount of bunkers and tunnels, a huge amount.
Iran's very limited capacity to coordinate its troops will simply be stretched past its...
What are you talking about, their limited capacity to organize their troops? Where is the evidence of this limited capacity? If anything, you took out 40 members of their leadership and they've still been attacking every state in the near vicinity for 8 days. So explain to me how they have failed to have any capacity to organize their troops. Because I'm not seeing that. Is anyone else seeing that? Did anyone else see the IRGC just collapse? That's great. This is so fucking... Everything he says is stupid. I have to keep pausing. We've been live for what? 2.5 hours almost. And I am 12 minutes into a video. We did stop to listen to Trump for a little while, but not long enough to justify this. But if I put misinformation up on every single... It would be every 2 seconds.
breaking point, disrupting what remains of Iran's command and control capability.
Their famously decentralized command and control. Their famously decentralized and reinforced command and control. Guys, it's fine. I'm not upset.
A Kurdish offensive might also introduce another element to the conflict.
I was going to say, these guys don't look like Kurds. They look very American. Is this a Pepe flag?
US or Israeli boots on the ground, in small numbers, acting as military advisors. This would be well
They're already there.
within the norm for US and coalition operations in the Middle East, partnering with local forces to make up the vast majority of personnel on the ground, but relying on
Once again, I love this. Just to say something and move on. Partnering with local forces. Who are the local forces in Iran? I assume you're not talking about the Iraqi Kurds, because we already went over that. You said local forces. Iran has decentralized their forces for a long time because Khamenei, who developed this system, did it in the crux, in the long shadow of the Iran-Iraq war. So that's where they learned the valuable lessons about having a decentralized command and control, decentralizing forces. The entire system is set up based on the lessons of the Iran-Iraq war. This is so strange. But I'm really interested in who the local forces are in Iran that these small military advisors are going to team up with.
Special forces, paramilitaries from intelligence agencies, or other advanced specialized troops that know how to operate competently in that environment. Those troops can call in targeted airstrikes.
They know how to operate competently like they did in Afghanistan. Similar environment.
Provide tactical support.
Also, I have a question. Kurds live in those areas, right? But are the majority in the parts where they live? What are they going to do about the Iranians who live there? What do you mean, Sherlock? I don't understand. Who is the they in that question? So okay. No. You can kind of see it here. So in this area, the mountainous area that I showed you just before, this is where most Iranian Kurds live. And yeah, there would be just good old Iranians there too. At the moment, in this area is being bombed by the United States and Israel. Now, this man, who's a fucking idiot that we've been listening to, says that that's in order to open up a pathway. Because obviously since 2022 in particular, but since time immemorial, but in particular since 2022, there have been more IRGC forces there. So the argument is that they would be bombing the IRGC in this region, but ultimately bombs don't look down and be like, well, that person's a Kurd and that person's IRGC. So they're bombing the Kurds in Iran so that these Kurds in Iraq can come through and come down to Tehran where they can topple the regime or come, what did he say, 100 kilometers out of Iran so that they'll draw the IRGC out, who are famously all located in Tehran. And then Tehran will be empty and America can bomb from the sky, which will create the perfect conditions for a popular uprising, apparently. And then American boots on the ground will come in and help the local forces who are unnamed because there aren't any local forces, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So when you say the Iranians, I'm not sure the they question is my question. Like, Kurds live in those areas, but are they majority in parts where they live? Are they the majority here? Probably, I would say they're the majority along this border here, but there would still be Iranians there. What are you going to do with the, I don't know what the, who is the they? What are we doing with the who? What's happening here? Yeah, Kurds can also be IRGC. It's like, Did I ever read The Only Thing Worth Dying For? No, I just went on a date with a special forces guy and I got the same experience. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get through it. We weren't even meant to watch this today. This wasn't on the docket. This wasn't what we were supposed to do. I'm so sorry.
Support and guidance, offer access to advanced battlefield technologies, and if necessary, fight.
Iraqi Kurds are not going to do anything. We have said this so many times for the last 3 streams. I have been so insistent on this.
As the tip of the spear. As of now, the prospect of US or Israeli forces assisting Kurdish forces is entirely speculative, but again, it would be consistent with past conduct by the US and its allies. With a ground offensive, like the one we're discussing, the Kurds and their allies would also be running the risk of miscalculation. That's not because the Iranian military or its paramilitary allies would be able to rally and defeat the Kurds outright. That's a possibility, but
Hang
it's
on,
about
I
as unlikely
didn't
running the risk of
listen.
miscalculation. That's not because the Iranian military or its paramilitary allies would be able to rally and defeat the Kurds outright. That's a possibility, but it's about as unlikely as a Kurd.
Hang on. What makes him think that the Iranian forces couldn't defeat the Kurds? I don't know where that claim comes from. Yeah, Harvey, he's really he's really done a number on me.
Kurdish takeover of Tehran.
It's my version of
the
going on a
greatest
date with a rock star. You went to Iraq? Tell me more.
risk is that a Kurdish advance could galvanize opposition from the Iranian public, even among people who might have been happy to see Ayatollah Khamenei killed.
Hang on, I'm not listening now. Hang on, I really need to focus. Come on, Joanna, pull it together.
Risk is that a Kurdish advance could galvanize opposition from the Iranian public, even among people who might have been happy to see Ayatollah Khamenei killed. With a Kurdish attack like the one...
I love how the whole video is, here are reasons why this isn't going to happen, but the ultimate claim is, this is going to happen. By they, I meant Kurds in the US. Like, if they take control of those parts, what would happen to... They don't want to take control. It's not an occupation, right? In terms of territorial integrity. Oh, you mean if they, like, took Iranian Kurdistan, they would... the Iranians who aren't Kurds would leave. They would kick them out. Someone linked it to me, Sean, and he was so wrong that I had to rage bait myself. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand when someone's so wrong, you have to watch it and fucking get mad? How do you like to spend your spare time? This map says there are 5 million Kurds in Iraq. And there are 8 million Kurds in Iran. But obviously, thank you for apologizing. Yeah, this guy's turning me into a nothing ever happens bro. And I'm so far from that. I'm a something's always happening gal. But he's making me mad.
When we're discussing, Iran would face an inherently greater risk of civil war, instability, and chaos that could last long past 2026. Some in Iran are already skeptical of the US-Israeli air campaign, between the constantly shifting statements from American leaders about their objectives and the fact that the US and Israel have been calling for Iranians to revolt before they've created the conditions for a revolt to have any chance of success. Add the potential for overtly...
What other conditions that they can create? Please, 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 give me more detail on that. I really want to know more on that. I'll do anything. I will give you money. I want more information on that.
Ethnic conflict leading to a foreign-backed breakup of Iranian territory, and Iranians may come to believe that the price of a post-regime Iran just isn't worth paying. That's to say nothing of the costs that the Kurds could incur upon themselves from...
Here are 1,000 reasons why this isn't happening. Fuck.
Iranian strikes on Kurdish bases in Iraq to a direct intervention by Turkey to prevent Kurdish forces from taking hold. And the prospect of a Kurdish offensive raises a dangerous spectre in other parts of Iran. That the Kurds might not be the only group to try and slice off a part of Iran's territory. Immediately to the south of Iranian Kurdistan is a region where Iran's Arab population have wanted to seize autonomy for years. Across the nation, in the southeast, there's Sistan Balochistan, where the ethnic Baloch population has fought for sovereignty for years, both in Iran and across the Pakistani border. There's some evidence that the US and Israel have also been coordinating with the Balochs, who've become very good at running.
What's that some evidence, I wonder? No, not Anon. We hate Simon. Simon and I are beefing. Simon's a fucking idiot. Never listen to Simon ever again. He's talking out of his fucking ass. He sucks. He's so stupid. Sorry, Simon. It's coming from a part of jealousy. It's jealous. I'm jealous. But also, fire your entire research team and never make a video like this ever again. Sorry. Literally, I have been streaming for 2.5 hours and I'm not even 15 minutes into this video because every single claim he has made has been so wildly incorrect that I've had to pause to explain for... Oh my God. It's so upsetting. It's so upsetting. It's so upsetting. And it's upsetting because there are people in the comments being like, oh my God, you're better than the mainstream news. No, he's worse. He's worse because you believe him and he's stupid. Yeah, actually, Simon, hire me. I'm a great researcher. I'm a postgrad level researcher. I am published. Please hire me. And I'm thorough and I would never ever do you like this, Simon. I'd never let you record something like this. I know Avocadorable. I know he's fucking rich, okay? I know. I understand what this guy does. And I already said it and I already hate him and I already, I get it. I want to kill myself. We come to this point every night. It's all right.
Complex insurgent operations. Most dangerous of all could be the neighboring nation of Azerbaijan in the north along the Caspian Sea.
Yeah, because Azerbaijan, they're going to mount a huge offensive into Iran. They've been planning to do it for years. They're going to take over Iran.
Northern Iran is home to a large ethnic Azeri population, and Azerbaijan's leader Ilham Aliyev has made cheeky references to a claim over Iranian territory uncomfortably recently. That includes the city
That's some very interesting little adjectives he's working there.
of Tabriz, as well as a fair portion of Iran's northern territory. Aliyev is a guy who really likes capturing land. Just see his capture of Nagorno-Karabakh from Armenia a couple of years ago. He's a guy with close ties to the US, including...
That is not comparable at all. We can do a whole thing on that ethnic cleansing that happened recently, but to compare those two things is insane. It's okay.
through ongoing major development projects, and now he's a guy with all the justification he needs. Days ago, Iranian drones...
Yeah, because Azerbaijan definitely wants to jump into this conflict. It's definitely not trying to avoid jumping into this conflict at all. It definitely hasn't been absolutely trying to avoid and making excuses. Like when it's getting hit by rockets, he's gonna be like, that was an accident. You guys didn't mean to hit us. Oh my God. Yeah, as the Azerbaijan America thing, remember when Massa got really upset because I talked about Eurovision? Azerbaijan is fucking up Eurovision, okay, with their international relations. Is it possible the seals from the Caspian will make a move on Iran? It is possible. That vegan, they were also trying to say, though, that it may have been an accident. They may be saying it's an apology, but they're going out of their way to diplomatically word their response to the rocket to try and make it so that they don't have to respond militarily.
struck the Azerbaijani city of Nakhchivan.
Time of gifts, welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you. I've spent 2 hours getting mad at this video.
And Aliyev responded almost immediately by ordering the military to prepare for retaliation.
That's bullshit.
Rather
That's not what
that,
happened.
Azerbaijani forces were already massing near the border, and its military
That's not what happened, you fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. You're just incorrect. Ugh.
had been placed on combat alert with troops recalled from leave. So, by supporting a Kurdish uprising in the
Worst
Iranian
video.
northwest,
Terrible video.
the US
The whole
and
thing's
Israel
wrong.
have a real shot at using the ground offensive to draw out Iranian forces,
Lying.
pick them off, and create
Lying.
the conditions for total regime change.
Lies.
They
Lies.
also risk a much larger cycle.
There, even if the Kurds were going to do a ground invasion, that would not create the conditions for regime change. It militarily does fuck all to change the balance whatsoever. It emboldens Iranians to stick together because they don't want Kurds to break off and they don't want to be plunged into civil war. And it takes away the goodwill that the US and Israel have within Iran. In fact, it's possibly the worst thing that you could do if you wanted regime change. You're fucking so wrong. And it is bad for you to spread information like this. It is immoral. It may be his research team, but you can't just you can't pass the buck. You're the one sitting down and letting shit come out of your mouth.
Of destabilization, if not just Iran's Kurdish insurgents, but its Baloch insurgents, its Arab insurgents, and its neighbor in Azerbaijan all choose to seize the opportunity to strike. Miscalculate. This Kurdish offensive could unite Iranians against the US offensive, create instability.
Yeah. Basically, you spent your whole video explaining that no official person supported claims that this was going to happen, including the Kurds themselves, that no Kurdish experts said that this was going to happen, that it doesn't make sense in terms of Kurdish objectives, that it absolutely could backfire in massive ways. So basically, you spent your whole... No, a ground invasion couldn't be less likely, Zappa. It absolutely would not happen. There is absolutely... To think that this would happen is to fundamentally misunderstand both the Kurds and what is currently happening in Iran. It is to fundamentally not give a shit about actual facts and to just buy in to a rumor that was started probably by intelligence organizations to do the job of the State Department, basically. I'm sorry, he's done now. When he says subscribe to him, you shouldn't. You should subscribe to me because I actually know some shit about Kurds and I would never lie to you like this. I actually know some shit about Iran and I would never lie to you like this. I would never mislead you like this. And if I did, you would come back to me apologizing for a whole fucking stream. Because I would be so embarrassed that I misled you like this. And I think you've seen that. Every time I don't know something on the stream, I'm like, oh my God, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. I'll read more. I'll read more before the next stream. I'll do more research. I'm so sorry. So, okay, I'm also voice talent. I also have a vocal reel. And I still wouldn't lie to you. Guess what, guys? I don't want to, guess what? I make money as an actor. I do commercials. I'm available to be hired as talent. And I still would never lie to you like this. And I would never use the fact that I'm an actor as an excuse to lie. Do you know there are certain things I, for instance, refuse to audition for gambling ads, and I refuse to audition for anything related to Murdoch Media because they are personal lines that I draw in the sand because ethically I don't want to be involved in those things. So just because you're talent and you're hired to do something doesn't mean that you can't be like, this is really bad and I don't want to do this. A hot tub stream? A bubble bath stream where I explain the Kurds like Margot Robbie in The Big Short. I bet the Kurds would love that. It wouldn't be offensive to them at all. The regime would definitely love that. But I'm the Ayatollah now. Exactly, Matthew. And it was me and every other expert on Russia. We all said the same thing. And I couldn't show my face for years. Anna, that may be true that he's not labeled as that, but this is a YouTube channel called Warfronts where he's the face of it. So I don't know, like, I don't think people are watching this and being like, well, this guy's actually, he's not a political podcaster because he's vocal talent and this just happens to be the channel. Like, no, he's not credible, but the channel is people take it as credible. That's the problem. People are down here in the comments saying 1,000 times better than coverage of the news than the mainstream. People take it as serious, and then on top of it, they sell a website where they give you news. This has 500,000 views, and it's not even a day old. Wait, I don't know what day it is. Yeah, it's a day old. No, I know. Sorry. The chat, something I know, because it happens to me all the time when I'm in the chat and I'm talking to creators, because there's like no tone indicators. You'll say something, you'll be agreeing with the person, and then they're like, "You're wrong," and you're like, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing. So I understand you're agreeing. Guys, we're getting there. Guys, I have an Ayatollah emote that you can use. No, it's hard I don't like even chatting, Anna, because I feel like every time I chat, I upset the streamer and they think I'm disagreeing with them. And I'm always like, I sit there and I'm like, what can you say that will feel supportive? And I write it out. And then they're like, I did it in a sad girl stream the other night and I was so upset. I was like, I'm agreeing with you. And I sat there thinking, I sat there thinking for so long. I was like, how can I like be supportive of her? Because like I love watching her streams, but now I just watch and I don't chat because I'm like, I don't want her stressed out thinking I'm disagreeing with her, because I'm not. I'm just there to enjoy the content and I was trying to participate. Oh no, Faith. Actually, I can be really mean in chats. Like if I'm in, but it tends to be like, there are people, for instance, okay, I'm mean in men's chats. That's what it is. Because I was going to say, sad girl, enemy Charlie, pics. I'm going to be lovely, right? Because I really support them. I love them. I want them to do well. Any chat that's owned by a man, I'm wicked. I'm a version of myself that's unleashed. He would hurt your feelings. I actually believe, and I do. What Discord? Oh, you mean Pixels? Pixel? Ah! I don't know what that is. Wait. Where did that happen? What happened? Oh, God. Thank you, Sean. I gotta fix that so I can see it. I was mean in Pixel's Discord because Pixel called me and was being mean to me on the phone. And then she brought it to the Discord, which I thought was rude, to take our personal beef public. And so if she wants to dish it, I'll dish harder. So look, there are many things I am. I'm not a pushover. Okay? I don't want to start it. I like to keep things nice. I like to be lovely and sweet. As I tell you, I'm very strict about my moral training. But if you're going to start it, I will end it. Okay. Drama. If you guys, some days, I'm not even kidding, Pixel and I speak on the phone maybe 5 times. Like, I even told her the other day, she called me and I was like, I genuinely didn't want to pick up the phone. I'm so sick of you, but I did. Sometimes I say problematic things, and sometimes I say dumb shit, but I try to take responsibility for it. Okay, guys, I wanted to talk to you about China. Do you want a quick rave break? Do we need a rave break? I might need to do a quick rave, and then I might need to go to the bathroom. Oh my god, is that just because I swapped to full screen, or did something happen there? I think it's just because I swapped to full screen. I think, yeah, this is fake. No one's actually subscribing to me right now. It's fake.
Look at you.
It's all fake. Because I just want to go full screen, and now we have to listen to all of it. Hopefully that stops now. I just want to have a quick rave to get my energy back up. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then when I come back, we're going to talk about China. I can actually make my light do a strobe, but I won't do that. We should actually. Okay, the music is, it's... We're resetting after that stupid video. What I'd be playing in my house, Matthew. Techno never died here. Okay. Hang on. I'll be back. I'm just going to the bathroom. feeling reset, guys. We got all that bad choo-choo out of us from that horrible video. We're ready to learn some real facts. Okay, let me turn the music off. Whew. This is a bop. I'm into this one. Hell yeah. Okay. The backstory on the cows is actually, yes, I love cows. They're my favorite animal. I love them. They're so interesting to me. They're such fun animals. They have very complex social structures. They're very social creatures. Also, I grew up on a hobby farm. And I got 2 cows for my 5th birthday, Kenny and Shuffle. And this really started my relationship with the cows, because I had cows. And so, yeah, I love them. Who wouldn't love a cow? And I feel like it's important. What used to happen back when I used to stream, back in the day, years ago, before Russia invaded Ukraine. I had a very active Discord. People would fight. And it was just easy to send them to the cow channel until they behaved and make them post pretty cows until they stop fighting. Are you paying people to kill cows? Do I eat cows? No, I don't eat cow meat, no. And I do not drink cow milk. Never ever happened. And my cows did not go to the slaughterhouse. My cows died of old age. Okay, guys, I want to talk to you about China. There's a really cute video, hang on, let me see if I can find it, of me getting extremely upset when I learned I had a sheep as well. His name was Henry Parkes, after a former Australian Prime Minister. And he got shorn. He got his and they cut his neck. This upset me deeply. Let me see if I can find this and show you. If you guys don't mind waiting 2 seconds for me to see if I can find it. And you see a little version of me. Here it is. Oh, you guys may not even care. This may be a big waste of time. But I want to show you. I think you'd like it. Edmund Barton. Hang on, let me just get it open. A lot of my friends fostered lambs when they were in school. It's another thing a lot of people do. Okay, check out this. This is me recording it on a computer. Okay, guys, so it's not the best quality. Okay, but look at this. This is little me. They're my 2 cows. That's my sheep. My cows were bullying my sheep for looking weird because he just got shorn. But watch me stop in my tracks when I see the blood on my sheep's neck.
I took it away and saw the sheep took it back. I'll put another one in there with it.
Huge deal, guys. Stop dead in my tracks. Daddy! And then if you watch the rest of it, you can hear me be like, they cut his neck. And the shearers is still there. And he's like, it's okay. And I'm like, they cut his neck. And I got the payment for the wool. And I got to keep a little bit of the wool. And that happened every time he got shorn. So yeah, that's my cow lore. Okay, I had farm animals as a child, and so I love them. I also don't eat sheep, by the way. Vegan, you know. Okay, China. God, let me just get my pieces, my information together. Okay, so what I wanted to talk to you about with China is some conflicting things that I think are worth knowing, worth keeping in mind. Because remember, it's just because they have to pull their necks back and it's a close shave. So it's just that they nick the skin. It's the same way that men can cut their neck when they shave. It wasn't anything bad. It's just there was blood there. And I was like, this is literally the worst thing that's ever happened. Okay, so I'm not an expert on China, but these are some things that I think are worth considering when it comes to China. And you're an expert on China? Well, shit, do you want to do the stream? Now I'm nervous. Shit. Why are you gonna put me on blast like that? You know what I love? When someone's like, I'm an expert on that, and then goes silent. Really reassuring. Okay, what I want to talk about, I was going to talk a little bit, this is just things to keep in mind when people talk about China in relation to this conflict. I wanted to talk about China and Russia today in terms of you accepted your position as a China expert. Simon's also an expert on China. We're all... I'm not a big liar. It's not something I'm personally very good at, except for accepting the position of the Ayatollah. But that's all in good fun. Wait, can people please put the emote of me as the Ayatollah in chat again? I'd like to see it. Thank you. Oh, that's way better. Thank you, Sharon!
That's for sharing the cow video.
You liked it? Yeah, I've got more videos of me being an annoying child. Thank you for all the Ayatollahs. Ayatollahs. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay, so there's a couple of things. God, that's a funny emote. God, I'm funny. Okay, so obviously China is known for its composure when it comes to statecraft, known for being patient, having a very long-term point of view. They've built their economy up in a way to withstand and absorb a lot of external shocks. But this Iran situation kind of puts them in between a rock and a hard place because there's not really a good option for China. But I think there are some important things. Like for China, Iran was really a counterweight that kept the United States in the Middle Eastern theater. And it's really bad for them if America comes out super successful because the CCP obviously exists. They are the the fabled and much mentioned Marxist-Leninists. Their ideology is built on the idea that it is inevitable that the capitalist system will fall and there will be a triumph of international socialism, right? And that capitalist society is, to quote Vladimir Lenin, by its very nature, decaying and moribund. Okay, and so this image of capitalism needs to be projected onto America, and America needs to be seen as a decaying and declining hegemon. And so it may be true, but what I'm saying is it's very important for China that capitalists in this sort of, because Iran represents something really special, right? It's a country that has been sanctioned, that has been encircled, that has been threatened for decades, and yet has continued to survive. Okay, and so, and China has supported Iran through weapons, through UN vetoes, through strategic partnerships, but none of that really ended up helping once America decided to move in. The Ayatollah's dead within like a day. Oh, sorry about the hiccups. And so Xi Jinping has been, China may be super capitalist, but the CCP is a Marxist, Leninist, communist ideology. Guys, we're not doing this again. I am talking about the CCP. Please enjoy my orthodox hands. Okay? So Xi Jinping has been telling people in China that America is a declining power that can't really project real force anymore. And so we don't really want Tehran to kind of prove him wrong. Guys, I love you so much. We're not having an argument about Marxism. I merely said that it is important for the bedrock statement of the Chinese Communist Party that it looks like America is failing and countries like Iran are managing to stay strong. Okay? I'm not making, I made a joke where I referenced MLs because MLs come up a lot on Twitch and YouTube. Okay? It was a passing little quip to say, oh, look at what's coming up again. The ever-discussed Marxist-Leninists. It's not something I personally have any interest in getting bogged down in. I truly couldn't care less. Woohoo! Yes, I should have you're right, I should have kept it simple and just said China happy when America sad. When America happy and Iran sad, China sad. Okay? Let's keep it simple. But something that I think is difficult is that if China were to endorse the strikes on Iran, then they're fucking over the global south. They're losing the global south. That's very bad. If China condemns the strikes, it attaches itself to a dead man's regime and risks having the ire of the Trump administration turned on China. And it just has to hope that Trump doesn't call China's bluff. So it's a very hard position for them to move around in. But obviously China was never going to send forces, etc., etc., etc. However, what I wanted to talk about is the missiles. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, okay. The Ayatollah, guys. Everyone's making the same joke. You're all hilarious. Very good. Very good. Okay, so I want to take you back. Oh no, I almost closed my document where I did my pre-thinking. YouTube made the Ayatollah joke, but it also happened over in the YouTube chat. Give chat one rave and they lose their fucking mind. One rave and it's over for everyone. Okay, I want to take you back in time to a little thing. You may remember it. It was called the JCPOA. Any rememberers in the chat heard of this little thing called the JCPOA? I think you remember it. And I don't want to wait for the delay. I'm making you sad? Guys, don't oversell with the JCPOA. Guys, can I just say, after having the techno music being gone is kind of sad. Yes, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Thank you, Peter Thiel. Okay. Now, you may have heard me say in passing before, JCPOA, actually incredible deal for Iran. And it was a great deal for Iran. There were a lot of things that were not imposed on it. And one thing that is important is that, wait, don't put your shit on Joe Twitch chat. Yeah, they're all like fucking messing with me. It's all right. It's because it's late. I understand. We're all a bit silly. I just want a serious moment. Hang on. Okay. So obviously there's like nuclear shit, right? I'm just gonna give you the girl rundown, okay? So I'm just gonna dumb it down because after watching that video, I don't feel the need to be smart anymore. Okay, so when we have nuclear shit, there's kind of two parts that you require: the nuclear shit and a way to deliver the nuclear shit, right? Like you need to be able to drop it. So a nuclear bomb, that's kind of cool. But it's kind of pointless if you don't have a way to send it anywhere. When it comes to Iran, I don't know if you guys know much about what's been going on there, but they don't really have an air force or even really a navy in any kind of meaningful way. They're not going to be able to deliver a nuclear weapon by aircraft. They're not going to be able to do it by the sea reliably. And so... there's one way for them to do it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, and Hamilton, is a ballistic fucking missile. If you want to deliver a nuclear warhead, you're going to need a ballistic missile. Or a cruise missile. I don't know. As I've said many times, I'm not a defense materials person, but I know this. If you have something and you need it to get somewhere, the transport is a key part of it. Okay? So normally these things a bomb, it's only as threatening as your ability to deliver it. And the JCPOA did absolutely nothing to constrain the delivery component, right? And this was largely because Russia and China were like, if you try and constrain that, well, fuck you. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna sign on to that, right? Yeah, as Trump would say, pew. Okay? So JCPOA said, oi, the nuclear stuff, chill on that. Wind that down. Watch how you're doing things with that. We want to watch you on that. And Iran was like, cool. But the missile shit, hey, there's no limits there, right? So, hang on, let me just check what you said. Fuel delivery system payload, yeah, pew pew. Hide it in a vending machine. They have missile stuff, not as land. Pigeons out of the question? I haven't heard of nuclear pigeons yet. What about post? Nuclear post. We're a real ideas stream. I love that about us. We're thinkers. We're big ideas happening here. Nuclear pigeons, nuclear post, nuclear vending machine. Shipping containers, nuclear shipping containers. Nukes in space. Interesting. JCPOA didn't limit delivery. Failed to limit delivery. Yeah, that's why I often say kind of a sweet deal for Iran. A lot of what's going on in the JCPOA was a sweet deal. Hang on. Pointy stick, go boom. Exactly. Okay, good. I'm glad we're all on the same page so far. So, over the past 2 years, this country, they call it China, has been giving Iran a lot of ballistic missiles. And stuff to make ballistic missiles, like chemicals and rocket fuel. And there's something called the Beidou 3 navigation network, which is like GPS, right? They've been giving them the stuff for the missiles. And so by the time we get to this Operation Epic Fury, Iran has the largest ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East. The estimates say it's somewhere between like 2,000 missiles, and they're varying in range in terms of what kind of missiles they are, etc., etc., etc. Some of it's underground, some of it's on the ground, but it's rebuilt, resupplied in large part by China. And so, as you may have heard, hang on, let me scratch my eyes. Technology and supplies to make the weapons. So a little bit of everything. Chemicals, actual missiles, navigation systems, the whole kit and caboodle. Which is interesting when, you know how it's like, I keep saying that when the Americans are talking about their ideas, what they are trying to achieve in Iran, they keep, sometimes it's nuclear and then sometimes it's the ballistic missiles. And it's like, well, what they're really doing is reverting back to a kind of conceptualization that existed before JCPOA, where it's like, well, we need to look at both the nuclear warhead, well, the nuclear weapon, and the thing you're going to stick it to. These things go together, delivery and payload, right? JCPOA kept those apart because it was easier for them to have a nuclear file and to have a missile file so that they could actually get a deal on the table, right? The objective today, though, is we want to also destroy your ballistic missile capability and make sure that you can't rebuild it. But, well, that's scary if you're China. If now they're saying we want to make sure that you can't rebuild it, and you're China, who's like a big part of the rebuilding part of it. But there's a lot of reasons why it makes sense for China to provide these ballistic missiles to Iran, and why they have built up the Iranian ballistic missile inventory. What would we call it? They're really annoying me, and I don't need them right now because I'm not listening to anything. Because, okay, let's think about it, right? Every interceptor that the US fires in the Middle East theater represents one fewer available for the Indo-Pacific theater. So the THAAD batteries, the Patriot systems, the SM-3 carrying naval vessels, all take that stuff, those interceptors, and they make them no longer available, and they overstretch the production lines when it comes to making these interceptors. So if you accelerate the missile input in Iran, that's actually China preemptively imposing a war of attrition on American munitions without ever having to actually do anything themselves. That's reason one. Thank you guys for the words. I understand. We are getting to the point of the night where I'm going to start losing the most basic of words. So we've got stockpile, we've got arsenal. These are both great words. I personally am at the stage of the night where I'm going to go with thingy. Thingy is going to work for me. So that's one. You are basically imposing a war of attrition on the United States and their interceptors without really doing anything, because you're doing it through a third party. Every single Iranian salvo forces the United States to reveal whether, you know how we had that speech in Venezuela where Trump was like, we've got new weapons you wouldn't even imagine. We wouldn't even know. Light weapons. We're using light. Everyone's like, what the? Well, I was like, what the fuck? What is he talking about? What is this man talking about? Right? Stash is a great word. But every time every Iranian salvo forces the United States to reveal their military capabilities in terms of their electronic warfare capabilities, their radar signatures, interceptor performance data, and it's doing it in real combat conditions. So Chinese military intelligence is basically able to sit on the outside and study what the fuck is happening, what's going on with American defense systems, where they're up to, without ever having to confront them directly. So basically they sort of use Iran as like a proxy in this very strange way where they're semi-lab rats, but they're also wearing down China's number one enemy. They would never publicly call them an enemy, or would they? Yeah. And then finally, there is the reputational damage, because if United States aren't able to shield their Arab partners, right? Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, everyone, if they're not able to stop those partners from getting a sustained bombardment, what do you think this signals to their allies in the Indo-Pacific theater? Tokyo, Manila, Taipei. What are they going to assume when they see the shit getting bombed out of the UAE? Their military partner, where they have a base and there's a promise of it, there's a security guarantee. Suddenly it's like, oh, there are actually material limits to Washington's promises. And when Washington promises that they will defend us, there is a material limit to what they will do there. So there is a reputational advantage to China giving missiles to Iran. There is an informational advantage. Informational, is that a word? Information advantage in terms of them learning about where America is at in terms of their defense capabilities and their defense systems. And there is the attrition advantage of wearing down the American defenses in terms of their interceptors so that they're not available for the Indo-Pacific region. But obviously, I still very much think that China is nowhere near wanting to engage with the United States, but this all helps them if an engagement starts not on their terms. And as America continues to draw down on their defense thingy, their stash, it really does change the calculus for China more and more. And all of these things change the calculus. Okay. Professional talker about her, that's me. I'm the most professional talker about her that you'll ever have. I feel like given the US perspective, if you're on the chopping block, no matter what, China could stand to do more. But I think when I hear strategic patience, now I'm hearing more and more the plan is do nothing. I mean, exactly. So it's strategic composure, especially when you see that there are very few good options for China here. And they never, the thing is, even though there is a clear relationship between Russia and China and Iran, there is no obligation in that relationship. There is no, it's not like what the United States have with their Gulf partners. There is no security guarantee there. There is no, it's not like Five Eyes. It's not like NATO. There's no guarantee. There's absolutely no agreement that these people would ever come in to militarily assist them. There is no obligation whatsoever. So in not doing that, China isn't letting down a partner. There's no agreement that they would ever do that. The US cares about protecting its allies in the Gulf region? I assume not at all. I mean, they should. The amount of money, Zaluk, that the Gulf puts into America, the amount of resources in terms of oil as well, but also Trump should care because his personal pockets, his personal pockets are lined by Gulf states. is it that they were unprepared or they just like didn't want to? I don't know why they like, because they haven't really defended their bases at all in the Gulf. It feels like I need to get, okay, Call of Duty. Never played it, right? So I have it downloaded on my computer. It's a huge file, by the way. I don't know why it is such a big game. I have it downloaded on my computer because I want to play this part of the game called prop hunting, where you disguise yourself as an object and you hide. I'm very interested in this part of the game, but I can't work out how to play it without there being a group of people wanting to play it with me, because it seems to be something I can only play live. And that is extremely anxiety inducing for me, the idea of having to play with strangers. I just want to play. I want to be an object. I know I want to hide and do the whistle thing. I know it's the premise. I worked that out when I was confronted with the fact that I had to play it with other people. But I wish there was a way. How would you play hide and seek alone? If I could answer this question, Teflon, it might be one of those like penultimate questions of my life, like these core questions. TF2. What is TF2? Anyway, try Gmod. It's got OG prop hunt. Okay, I'll look that up. Okay, well, maybe a group of people who are in this stream who have Call of Duty Black Ops that are a safe group of people to play prop hunting with will eventually play with me and be nice and gentle, because I've not played a game before with other people on the computer. I play alone. But I would like to play this game. Actually, protecting and security theater are wildly different, and security theater are wildly different force levels. So yeah, true. We let Saudi Arabia cut off one of our journalists into small pieces. Didn't Jared Kushner arrange that? Am I lying? Did I see that he was involved in that? Hang on. Kushner. I thought this came out in like a WikiLeaks. Or maybe the Epstein files. Kushner Khashoggi. I think I made this up. Guys, I think I made this up. Forget I said anything. I made it up. In my head. Wait. It's graphically intense. Yeah. Well, I don't work it out. Okay. It was a fact-based feeling that I had about Jared Kushner, okay? Okay, Jess, it's 4 a.m. where I am, so I'm going to be using words wrong as I see fit. I said penultimate. That's not what I meant. Obviously, I meant like a deep. I don't see. I use penultimate because I don't know the word I'm looking for. I meant like an existential, like the question that defines who I am as a person. Okay. So that's what I wanted to tell you about China to keep in mind. Ultimate question. I know, but ultimate feels wrong. Why? What did I say? Oh, wait, because I'm going to get post-stream clarity and remove it because I'm embarrassed. Listen. I didn't remove yesterday's stream where I didn't understand how speed worked. So I'm going to let myself go with that one. Fundamental? Maybe fundamental's correct. Guys, okay, so that's kind of what I wanted to talk about with China. There was also there was a article on China that I wanted to read. Did I close it? Here, by The Economist. Now, I haven't pre-read this, so it could suck. But it's what I want to read. Hi, Aquilin. Did you see some of the reports that missiles and drone components may still be getting delivered via Hormuz? I mean, I'm sure they are. Because the thing is, even... Jess, don't worry about it. It's chill. I actually think it's low-key expected and good to bully the streamer just a little. And I deserve it. I need it. Yeah, they also let an Australian vessel through. It's not technically closed. It's just becoming a situation where the threat, it's the same that happened with the Red Sea last year with the Houthi, where it's like, it's not closed, but do you want to risk it? And I think if you're China and you're delivering missiles to Iran, yeah, you want to risk it, right? Because it's like you're less likely to get hit by IRGC. So it's just if you're going to get hit by America and the allies, and the idea that they would hit a ship in the Strait of Hormuz works against them because they want that strait open for economic reasons. So they don't want to be deterring traffic in that region. So, yeah. I have a feeling this war won't achieve the political objectives they're going for. Aquilin, great observation. I would counter your observation by asking you to define the political objectives that anyone is going for. Because the thing is, you can achieve something if you never explain what you're trying to achieve. Quick maths. You can claim victory if you never provide victory conditions. And if you are going to provide victory conditions, may I suggest, provide a whole lot and change which one you focus on day to day. Because eventually you'll just confuse the public to a point where when you eventually say, guys, we won, they go, okay, oh, I don't really, I guess. What were we doing? What was it? I don't even know what we were trying to do. Okay. Let's see if this Economist article. Guys, I got a bit of a headache. Hang on, let me hydrate. My neurologist said I need to drink more water. I paid over $400 for that advice. Okay. Better. Okay, we're going to read this Economist article. Can I guarantee it's good? Absolutely not. Because I didn't pre-read it. Because I'm kind of stuck. Like China, I too have no winning conditions when it comes to the moves I make. Because if I read it to check it's good, you guys will be like, whoa. Pre-read. But then I don't read it. It's a shit article. And you guys are like, why are we reading this? So I'm doing my best, is what I'm trying to say. When American and Israeli warplanes struck... Whoa. When American and Israeli warplanes struck Iran this weekend, killing Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, China's flagship nightly news program. Oh, wait, did you guys? Sorry. Just speaking of nightly news, did you guys see how overstimulating the Indian news is? I gotta show you this. Oh, also, did you guys see that Pete Hegseth said the only ones who need to be worried right now are Iranians who think they're going to live? File that under insane fucking shit. You want to see that? I'll show you that. I'll show you that one first. Hang on, let me get my earphones in. Pete Hegseth. He's blocked here. Hang on. Well, no, because that would be too normal and sane.
There's 3 sources telling us that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran
I can't get it
on
bigger.
U.S. positions and movements. The average American might hear that and think that's a big and dangerous deal,
Wait.
is it?
Well, we're tracking everything. Our commanders are aware of everything. We have the best intelligence in the world. We're aware of who's talking to who.
I want to get this big for you guys, but not small, you know? Here. It's just when he's sitting in that cross thing that we don't see him. But when it's big, it's fine.
Who, why they're talking to him, how accurate that information might be, how we factor that into our battle plans, our CENTCOM commander. So we know what's going on, and the president has an incredible knack at knowing how to mitigate those risks. And so the American people can rest assured their commander-in-chief is well aware of who's talking to who, and anything that shouldn't be happening, whether it's in public or back-channeled, is being confronted and confronted strongly.
The American people can therefore expect conversations with the Russians to stop this?
Well, President Trump, as people have seen, has a unique relationship with a lot of world leaders where he
That's
can
a
get
good
things
idea,
done
Grandma
that other
Todd.
presidents, certainly Joe Biden, never could have. And through direct conversations or indirect, through him one-to-one or through his cabinet, messages definitely can be delivered.
Does this put U.S. personnel in any more danger than they otherwise would be?
Well,
The Russian involvement?
No one's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger. That's our job. So we're not concerned about that. We mitigate it as we need to. Our commanders factor all of this, but the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're going to live.
And that's my commentary on that. It doesn't matter if he meant military. He didn't say military. I'm going to find this for you. Here we go. This is what my stream should look like. If I was a pro streamer, this is what my stream would look like.
और इस समय की एक बड़ी खबर बता दें, ईरान की आईआरजीसी कमांडर का पाकिस्तान पर बड़ा आरोप, अमेरिका पाकिस्तान का एयर स्पेस यूज कर रहा है। ये ईरान की आईआरजीसी ने बड़ा दावा किया है, पाकिस्तान को इसकी कीमत चुकानी होगी, पाकिस्तानी मिसाइलों से नहीं बचेगा। आईआरजीसी इस्लामिक गार्ड्स पर पाकिस्तान पर आरोप लगाया गया है। ये बड़ा आरोप लगाया है ईरान ने पाकिस्तान के ऊपर कि अमेरिका जो है वो पाकिस्तान के बेस का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है। इससे क्या आने वाले समय में ये युद्ध और भी खतरनाक हो सकता है? क्या अब गल्फ देशों के अलावा पाकिस्तान भी ईरान के निशाने पर आ सकता है?
Whoa, breaking.
आईआरजीसी का कहना है पाकिस्तान की कीमत चुकानी होगी। पाकिस्तान तो खुद ही तालिबानियों से लड़ रहा है इस समय। ऐसे में ये अब आईआरजीसी ने जो चेतावनी पाकिस्तान को जारी की है वो कहीं ना कहीं परेशानी का सबब पाकिस्तान के लिए, पाकिस्तान की आर्मी पाकिस्तान की प्रशासन के लिए उनके प्राइम मिनिस्टर। ईरान में मोसाद का ऑपरेशन इसलिए भी कामयाब हुआ क्योंकि पूरे मिडिल ईस्ट और अरब में एक देश छोड़ कोई ईरान का दोस्त नहीं, सब उसे या तो दुश्मन या प्रतिद्वंदी मानते हैं। और
बिल्डिंग पर 30 बम गिरे, पूरी बिल्डिंग ध्वस्त हो गई और उसके साथ खाक में मिल गए खामेनेई समेत ईरान के टॉप लीडर्स। एआई अगर किसी सीन की कल्पना नहीं कर सकता तो वो सीन है उस साजिश का जो खामेनेई को मारने के लिए
This is an AI video.
जा रही थी।
This AI video of Khamenei.
साजिश ऐसी कि जिसकी भनक होते हुए भी खामेनेई ने उसका भरोसा नहीं किया। सऊदी अरब, यूएई, कतर, बहरीन, ओमान, इराक और जॉर्डन जैसे देशों ने न सिर्फ ईरान पर हमले के लिए एयरबेस का इस्तेमाल करने दिया, बल्कि कुछ देशों ने ट्रंप को हमले के लिए उकसाया भी। जिसे मुस्लिम दोस्त समझा वो खामेनेई का जानी दुश्मन। खामेनेई की हत्या की जो डिटेल अब अलग अलग वर्ल्ड रिपोर्ट से आई है, उसके मुताबिक ईरान पर हमले का दबाव सऊदी अरब।
Okay, I don't need to show you anymore. You get the idea. But like, holy shit. I saw that and I was like, holy fuck. How does anyone watch the news in this country? It's like, guys, we need to make sure. Thank you, not Anon. This makes some Japanese TV game shows look medicated by comparison. I know, it's insane. I like the fact that it's like they sit around at the planning table. They're like, we need to make sure that under no circumstances people are able to look away from the screen. I want bombs. I want orchestral music. I want AI images. I want superimposed Ayatollah head. I want constant war breaking, as well as a ribbon of breaking news. I want all of it at all times. I want news at the top. I want news at the bottom. I want news down the side. I want flashing graphics 3 layers deep. Incredible. I want plane sounds. Don't repeat it once. Don't repeat it twice. 10 times. Same footage, loud sound. Same 10 times. Thank you, Peter Thiel. Contributed my... Okay, wait, guys. I can look at this. I just want to give you guys a strobe warning for those who are in my chat who are epileptic. Oh. Yeah, I don't have the setup yet. This is my version. Breaking news. Let me just have a look at my actual Twitter to be able to give you some breaking news. Breaking news. A missile targeting a Saudi base fell into open area per authorities. That is right. That is a missile. Hang on. Sorry, I didn't do it correctly. Wait. Don't you worry, guys. I got a plan. I got a plan. I got a real plan. It'll be worth it. Why can't I, what should I type? Here we go. Perfect. Breaking news, breaking news. A missile has been launched at Saudi Arabia. Breaking news. A missile has been launched at Saudi Arabia at their base. A missile was launched at Saudi Arabia at their base, but it failed to hit. Instead, it landed on an open area. Once again, the Iranian regime has failed. The missile launch has failed. Breaking war, breaking war. Okay, guys, in future, I will work to achieve. Oh no. Oh no, no. Just normal light. Thank you. Okay. In future, I will work to get some banners going. Oh, my second light. In future, we'll have banners. I'll have the sound effects ready to go. Once again, I want to bring it up again because it was so funny to me. And I need to find it for you guys. But the prank that these girls are playing where they're like, I need you to come over because the purge is starting. The purge is starting. And then they're pressing the purge sound effect to the boys on the phone, the random boys they work with. I know I'm going to get copyright struck, as it will be. I know, but I can't use that, Therese, because the copyright. Okay, guys, I'll work on it in future. And what we'll do... You don't know the purge sound effect? Hang on. Guys, the purge is starting. Please come over. I'm so scared. So basically, these girls were calling men that they worked with, and they were like, hey, there are some guys outside of my house and I'm really scared. Would you be willing to come over? And they're like, hang on. Oh no, I think the purge is starting. Please, I'm so scared. Okay, guys, that's enough silly. So funny though. I don't know why I found that so funny. It's very funny to me. Yeah, if anyone wants to make me some intense orchestral battle music, I'll get the sound effects. I've got a stream deck that I don't use, and I can fill this stream deck. I can fill it up with sound effects of missiles. I can fill it up with all kind of sound effects, and we can occasionally do Indian style news update. Maybe if we reach our sub goal, at the end of each stream, if we reach our sub goal, I'll go through the OSINT news that we have, Indian news style. Okay, it'll be great. Oh, guys. We got to read this article and then it might be time to leave for the night. Maybe we'll do Russia tomorrow. I actually think it would be a fun bit. People logging in to watch it would be like, what the actual fuck? I would like to overstimulate my audience visually, audibly, and intellectually. I want you guys overstimulated on every single level. I want it to feel like the penultimate battle scene in a movie about like Spartans. Like, imagine a movie and there are bombs everywhere and you just see the protagonist being like, and maybe it's even in slow-mo. And then maybe they miss a bullet. So that's the music I need. I will get the missile sound effects because I'd like to play them myself. And then I'm going to come up with an overlay design. Just lots of different breaking news. It'll be, a lot. But we'll only do it when we reach our sub goals so that we don't overstimulate everyone all the time. Okay? Because it has to be a special day to get that kind of news. Okay. We're reading. We're serious people who are adults, and we get our news by using our eyes to read. Hang on. Hi, sweetie. You tired? You come to check on me? Yeah, you're a good girl. You're a good girl. Do you want to come? Oh, did that hurt? Do you want to say hi? Come here. She can't really jump. Her legs are bad. Come here. Apple. Come up. Give me a cuddle. She can't. Sorry, guys. You want me to come to bed? Not yet, darling. She's going. I know. It's not time yet. Soon. I know. She's very bossy. She gets to a point where she's like, you should be done. Okay, you go back to bed. I'll be there soon. I know. Are you going to stay? She's staying. She's just, hang on. She's so fat. I'm going to show you guys. She just flopped down next to me. I used to have the dog camera set up and I unset it up. I need to reset it up. This is my baby, my fat baby who just flopped down next to me. Because she's upset. She's like, it's bedtime. Look at that chunky dog. Look at that potato of a dog. Look at that fat dog. My chunky little Bobby. My princess gorgeous angel heart. Cow-shaped. Okay. Look at her. Oh my god. She's staying to assist the stream until we're done. That's one fat dog. Okay. When American and Israeli warplanes struck Iran this weekend, killing Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, China's flagship nightly news program covered the story with notable frankness. The basic facts were reported clearly and promptly. Contrast that with what happened barely 2 months earlier when massive protests erupted across the Islamic Republic. For the first 2 weeks, China's newscasters said nothing. When they did eventually cover the unrest, they depicted the protesters as pawns of external forces. This contrast reveals one reason why China's leaders are less troubled by the ongoing assault on Tehran than many assume. China... Oh. Sorry, guys. I was unprepared. Cool. Here we go. This contrast reveals one reason why China's leaders are less troubled by the ongoing assault on Tehran than many assume. China was alarmed by Iranians rising up in late December against their own government. We don't know if this is a good article yet, okay? We don't know, so don't. The spectacle of a popular movement toppling an autocratic regime is precisely the kind of thing that makes officials in Beijing anxious. This is okay. One thing I will say is like any kind of news about anything is heavily censored in a lot of China. So if they didn't want a popular uprising making the rounds, they would have blocked it in a lot of ways. And I'm sure there's a lot of stuff currently that may be being blocked. But I mean, can I just say, the same is true of Israel. The same is true of a lot of countries. Now, there may be more formal channels to do it in China, particularly in terms of internet censorship. But yeah, generally, countries don't want things that risk impacting the government or the state publicized to the people. The spectacle of a popular movement toppling an autocratic regime is precisely the kind of thing that makes officials in Beijing anxious. An airstrike that kills a political leader is, from China's perspective, a more manageable event. It is easier to voice outrage at warmongering Americans. There's something about this article that is making me feel like it's just automatically very like, China is an evil regime and so is Iran. So obviously China hides it when Iran kills their people, but is able to soberly say bad America. But maybe I'm wrong about the article. I just don't think that's not what I'm looking for in terms of analysis personally. That's all right. I know it's the econ, and that's why I went in with I should have pre-read it. I should give up on I should just pre-read shit. And deal with the fact that you guys are going to accuse me of pre-reading. It's fine. Yeah, sometimes I pre-read to make sure the content is good for you guys. Anyway, geez, we've only engaged with shit we hate today. Other than the Indian news, which we loved. Okay. It is also possible to imagine various outcomes in Iran that might work to China's advantage. Some of President Donald Trump's boosters in America have depicted Khamenei's death as a devastating blow, not just for the Islamic Republic, but for China itself. These hot takes assume that China has been humbled. It is true that the country once seemed to be styling itself as a new power broker in the Middle East, which could still happen if China is able to come in and broker some sort of peace. Oh my God, we didn't even talk about Pezeshkian's statement and the obvious kind of... Okay, sorry guys, just pause for a second. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, and we enjoyed raving. You're right. Bye, Jason. And the dog. We enjoy the dog. Okay, Pezeshkian put out a statement being like, yo, we're not going to attack our neighbors anymore. Just FYI, because we love our brothers and sisters in the Gulf. And if we attack you in the future, it's only because we're trying to attack your bases and you are launching an event from those bases, right? There's a couple of ways to take this. One, you can say that Pezeshkian is talking on behalf of Iran, and it's really setting up the situation to try and pressure Gulf states to remove American military bases or rebuke American military access to those bases, because any sort of perceived American military action from those bases opens those countries up to military attacks. That's one way you can interpret it. More important, though, is to always, until we have a new Ayatollah, which we don't currently have. Now, mind you, this is hard. There may be an Ayatollah who is currently hidden, similar to the 12th Imam, because we can see that part of the approach that is currently being taken by America and Israel is to decapitate people who are in charge. So there may be some strategic hiding of who is in charge to avoid that outcome, right? So this person may have been selected but not announced because they don't want to give that information to people who've made it clear that their strategy is to decapitate. Fair enough, right? But The point is, Pezeshkian, who, for all intents and purposes, is possibly the weakest president that Iran has ever had. Like, he's no Ahmadinejad in terms of power within the state, right? Even, I told you, compared to Raisi, massive moderate, like quite a weak president, even in terms of this transitional council. Ultimately, when it comes to what's happening in Iran, you want to be looking at, time of gifts. We're at the time of the night where I'm using wrong words. I did mean restrict, not rebuke. But you know what? Maybe they should rebuke. I rebuke it. But you're right, it's restrict. But you shouldn't be looking to Pezeshkian. You should always be looking to the IRGC. And the IRGC do not support or agree with Pezeshkian and what he said. Where is it? An Iranian PM. I got some Iranian MP. Hamid Rasai said, Mr. Pezeshkian's weak, unprofessional, and publicly unacceptable televised address has made it the definitive duty of the Presidium and members of the Assembly of Experts.
Look at you.
Every time. Thank you so much. That's so lovely. And it got us all the way. It got us all the way. We already did Indian news. We can't do Indian news now. We'll have to do it next time. Also, let me just check something, because we get to a certain point where... Wait, you're going to hear noise? You're just going to deal with it? You're just going to deal with it. Faith, thank you! Dropping...
Healthy Apple Fund.
Okay, Faith, Apple's not even the sick one. Wait, can I just tell you as well? You know how I said Ringo, it's her brother. But thank you so much. Apple's brother Ringo, you know how I said that the vet said that he has an enlarged heart and his heart is too big? He was like, yeah. And I can't really tell if that's a problem, because he's so fat I can't hear his heart. Thank you so much, Sheriff. And thank you, Time of Gifts. But thank you, Sheriff. And thank you, Faith. But yeah, Apple's also fat. Both of them are fat. I understand my dogs are fat. I went to the vet once and with Apple, and I said something about her weight. I was like, yeah, I know and I was like, don't worry, Apple. Like, I'm not calling you fat. And the vet was like, well, I am. Okay, sir. Whoa. Okay. But yeah, also the vet was also like, the dog is too fat. Last day. I did, I think dogs and babies should be a little chunky, in my opinion. Nothing worse than a skinny dog or a skinny baby. But yes, both dogs should be healthy. And technically, when you say healthy apple fund, Ringo is a Japanese word for apple, so it counts. I know, not good for his joints. Marmalade, your 11-year-old is fat, needs to lose weight, not good for his joints. Yeah, my fat dog that is getting in trouble for being fat just has had 2 knee replacements now. The vet brought that up too. It's like, it's not good for his knees for him to be this weight. And I'm like, yeah, but he's been on bed rest and I haven't been able to take him on walks and I want to bring joy to his life. Also, my other dog was so fat, like so fat, and he lived to be 17. He was a Labrador. It's too much dog for that vet to handle. Anyway, guys, Pezeshkian. So you have MP saying the Assembly of Experts need to announce a new leader as soon as possible, because how dare Pezeshkian be talking, but also listen to what the news said. Okay, because what I wanted to say is when Pezeshkian speaks, don't really listen to it. You should be watching what the IRGC does. Okay, that's what's important right now. So this is what the news says. Take the microphone away from Pezeshkian. The president's recent televised message showed the government's circle of advisors is still operating in an atmosphere of begging diplomacy. The gravity of his remarks was such that less than an hour after the speech, the spokesperson of the Armed Forces General Staff and advisor to the IRGC commander rushed to respond, attempting to correct the president's statements and contain the consequences of this major gaffe, apologizing to neighboring countries that host CENTCOM bases, especially at the height of the enemy's wartime deployment, is an unforgivable mistake. Sending messages of peace and passivity amounts to nothing less than the collapse of the country's deterrent prestige. Handing the podium of the Temporary Leadership Council to someone who does not possess even a minimal command of the rhetoric and body language expected of a strong politician was poor judgment. Under these sensitive historical circumstances, and until the introduction of the third leader of the Islamic Revolution, reason dictates that official platforms be entrusted to individuals who can faithfully convey the strength of the battlefield and not toy with the nerves of the nation. So, the people were upset with what Pezeshkian said, okay? But, okay, newsflash, old dogs are fat. My dogs when they were younger weren't fat. Apple's been fat for a while. Russell was fat his whole life. Ringo hasn't been fat all that long. It's a recent development. But something that is worth noting is like, yeah, not only did the news throw him under the bus, right? But you'll notice that he gave this speech and then like immediately the IRGC attacked Bahrain. So it's like clearly it's kind of difficult because you have it's a tough situation because what does this signal, right? Does this signal that the IRGC there's a political break and the IRGC are no longer responding to the political leadership? Will that change when a new Ayatollah is announced, or is the IRGC kind of breaking off and doing their own thing? It's a little bit stressful in terms of, I mean, also it's Larijani, Galabaf, and the IRGC are the people you should be listening to. But it seems like they're floundering. I don't know if they're floundering, but maybe they're like trying to take some sort of more leadership position than like they're stepping out of line is what I would say. But I was going to say, when it comes to statements from Pezeshkian, at most, you should view them as conciliatory statements that are an attempt to keep as many options open as possible, right? So that in future, when this is all over, soon, inshallah, when this is all over, that there is not complete chaos with neighbors, right? A very political thinking thing. But there are lots of people who are not in that kind of long-term thinking space. I don't think this signals any change. But I don't think Pezeshkian has much influence anyway. But it is an interesting question regarding the relationship. Ultimately, that is where my question is. It's like, what is the relationship between this transitional council and the IRGC? And will that change once there's a new Ayatollah? And that's why I was saying to you when we were talking about who to select as the next Ayatollah, one of the most important qualities that this person needs to have is a good relationship with the IRGC. You're not getting into power unless you have a good relationship with the IRGC. Because you need them to respond to you. You need them to respect you. So yeah. That was a big thing that happened today that we needed to talk about. Does the IRGC have a future in the leadership of Iran? I don't know, Atomic Parsley, if you mean, is it likely that the IRGC would do a military coup and take over the leadership? or if you mean that they have a say in who is the next Ayatollah. The interesting thing is, like, formally, no. Formally, the Assembly of Experts, it's a clerical decision, which is more like choosing the Pope, like a conclave, than it is choosing a political leader. But technically, practically, the IRGC has a huge say. In fact, it would be surprising to me if there weren't already discussions when the former Ayatollah was alive between the IRGC and the Ayatollah about who the next Ayatollah would be, because it wouldn't make sense for a military not to have some sort of sense of a succession plan. But this is one of those situations, you see it in a lot of countries, and it can be very bad. You see it in Sudan, you see it in Russia. Like Sudan, you've got it with what are they called? The paramilitary force. And then in Russia, you've got it with the Wagner group. So you have the Artesh and the IRGC, which are different forces. So the Artesh is the Iranian army. The IRGC is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So it is, to me, it doesn't make sense that they would do a military takeover of the Ayatollah when the entire point of their existence is to protect the Islamic regime, right? The entire point of the IRGC ideologically is to protect the existence of the Ayatollah and the Islamic regime. So it doesn't make sense to me when people are like, oh, would the IRGC do a military coup? It's like, well, why? That's their whole point. It would be one thing if you said, would Artesh do a military coup? That makes sense. It's more likely that you would see members of Artesh defect than you would see IRGC members defect. But you could see IRGC stop respecting and responding to the transition council, and you could see them reject the Ayatollah, kind of in the way the Catholic Church, their sedevacantist, certain people reject the legitimacy of the current Pope. You could see that, I guess. Okay, I think we call it for the night or the day. What do you think? No, I don't think that's a correct take at all, Atomic Parsley. It's not a small group of well-trained fighters. It's a large group of well-trained fighters. They didn't lose their leader. That's suggesting that the Islamic regime is set up in a way that is reliant on a single leader. That's not how the Islamic regime is set up. It is a decentralized regime that is made to withstand the loss of their leader. And they're not fighting the people. The people aren't fighting them currently. They're fighting the United States. Small in relation to the population? Maybe. I guess. I mean, that's true of every country's army. But I don't think small, like, okay, the US military is small in relation to the United States. That's not really how we measure whether or not, like, who's going to be successful. I'm like, oh, well, compared to the population of America. Yeah, I mean, the only threat to the IRGC is their own people. But it's just a matter of whether or not that means anything. Okay, guys, bed. I'm not going to stream tomorrow, but I might stream. This is what I'm thinking. Okay, I even wrote a little schedule because I'm trying to be much better this month. My plan is to stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, my time. Okay, so that would be, I don't even know. I'll put it in the Discord, and then I'll try my hardest to stick to it, and I'll try to start at 12:30 my time, which is 8:30 Eastern Standard Time in America. I'll try and start the stream at the same time. I'll try and be good. I'll try and be better. And I'll set up the Indian broadcast in the meantime. You're changing time this week? That will be great for me. That will be great for me because that means we'll start at 11:30. Fuck yes. Okay, amazing news. Thank you for letting me know. Hell yeah. Okay, Big kisses to you guys. I'll see you soon. Oh, wait, we gotta sing the song. Sorry. Hey, this was really fun. We hope you liked it too. Feels like we just begun when suddenly we're through. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. For now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay. 'Cause I'll see you very soon, I know. Very soon, I know. Goodbye, Blue in the Big Bear house. Goodbye, everybody.